Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this regular meeting of Fernie City Council held on March 10th, 2026. Kisukukit. We acknowledge that the city of Fernie is located within Kukinamakis, the unceded territory of Yakutat Nucleat First Nation. We recognize that we live and work within their vast lands. Akanahunik are from Yakutat Nucleat and are members of the Ktunaxa-speaking peoples of British Columbia, Idaho, and Montana. And before I call the meeting to order, I have a bit of a special announcement and presentation, so I will come to the podium. And I will ask our fire chief to join me this evening. So it gives me a great deal of pleasure to both congratulate and thank Chief Morgan for 25 years of service in the fire service and present him with a 25-year service medal and a commendation from the BC, what is he called? The Fire Office of the Fire Commissioner. And so congratulations. I did also want to share that as I wind down my community service, this feels completely appropriate because I hired Brendan some years ago while I was the superintendent of employee relations at Coal Mountain. And after about a year, so 25 years ago, he quit that job to come to Fernie, and I've never quite forgiven him. But more to the point, it's been a great pleasure to work with you once again, Chief. And at the Grizz Days Parade, where you pilot that Studebaker impeccably, and it takes no short amount of skill, I'm sure. I also had the opportunity to meet some of our new recruits. And I congratulated the chief on the quality of the auxiliary recruits that we're attracting. And he said, oh, that's because of the guys, because of the firemen that work with them now. But excellent leadership attracts excellent people. And if we have excellent firefighters, it's because they have an excellent leader. And that is just perpetuating through our auxiliary staff. So on behalf of the city of Fernie, thank you and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, I will call the meeting officially to order at 6:34 p.m. And I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendation that the agenda of the March 10th, 2026 regular meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor McIsaac. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendations that the minutes of the February 20th, 2026 special meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Shoesmith. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And once again, that the minutes of the February 24th, 2026 regular meeting be adopted. Mover? Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And finally, a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the March 3rd, 2026 special meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Roddy Kelly, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. So I'll now invite the public in attendance or participating electronically who wish to comment on items listed on the meeting agenda in accordance with section 3.7.3 of the procedure bylaw to address council, except speakers must not address council regarding a matter for which a public hearing must be held or has been held pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of the bylaw. Speakers must not address council regarding a permit for which public notice must be given or has been given pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of issuance of the permit. A speaker may only address council for a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers are asked to state their full name and community of residence when they come to the podium.
Your Worship, we have Jen Cronin available to speak this afternoon.
Welcome.
This evening.
Sorry, thank you. We're here tonight to, first of all, thank you for looking at our letter and receiving our letter regarding the 100th birthday celebration for the Royal Canadian Legion. We're very excited. We've been in Fernie now for 100 years and the Legion has been alive for 100 years. So it's a very special celebration for us. We know we've given you a great wish list of things that we'd like you to have a look at, and they are on your agenda for tonight, the letter that we sent you. We would like to offer the, ask you to keep an open mind because we would like to ask for more things as we go along, such as perhaps use of the cenotaph for the day of September 5th when we're having the birthday, as well as a location for a community crosswalk for the Remembrance Day or for at least Legion commemorative. And also we are going to be asking for that week to be proclaimed Royal Canadian Legion Week in Fernie. So if you could give those things some consideration. And I brought with me Bill Pittman, who's one of my executive members, and he has a few things to say about the.
You covered it all. I can't ask for anything more because we'll make more of a list as we go along. But again, appreciate the help from staff already with the permit process and road closures, et cetera. We'll be moving along. They've already offered a couple of other things to us as far as our need for tables, chairs, and all those kinds of things that we're trying to put as a block party to celebrate and have the community participate in. And of course, all of you are invited. Everybody's invited to this so that we can all celebrate a great feat, 100 years of the Royal Canadian Legion, and in particular, this branch that's been here for 100 years. So we're looking forward to it. Again, we appreciate your support. And what are we calling it?
We're going to call it Hats Off to 100. Because of course, as you know, when you go in the Legion, you have to take your hat off. So hats off to 100 we've had and hats off to another 100 more. We thank you for your support and look forward to working with you moving forward.
Thank you both. Thank you. Seeing no one else, we will move on to item 8.1, development variance permit application number DVPA 625, and it's a report from our Director of Planning, Mr. Johnston.
Thanks, Your Worship. And good evening, Council. It's my first time launching my own slides here, so please bear with me. Okay, I'm already hitting a snag. I need to share screen, I assume. Okay. All right, DVP 625, an application for 85 Kakedo Road with proposed variances to the zoning bylaw and subdivision and development servicing bylaw. We have a character image there on the first slide here, and I've also got some images of site plan, elevation, and others as I move through this presentation. I do have a number of slides, so I appreciate your patience as we work through what is a request for 6 variances. But firstly, a little bit of background on the subject lot. It's currently vacant, zoned R4, high density residential, located in the Castle Mountain neighborhood. This is a lot that is well below the grade of Kakedo Road. As you'll see, this is pertinent to the variance we're talking about. It is adjacent to the railway. It's also located within the multifamily development permit area, the hazard lands development permit area, and a water course protection development permit area. Tonight, we're discussing variances to the zoning bylaw and the SDS bylaw. So recognizing the other permit areas that apply, there's certainly some work remaining for both the applicant and staff to work through. But not surprisingly, the applicant seeking some direction on these variances before advancing next steps. The development itself is a proposed 120 rental units across 3 4-story buildings with supporting parking, garage structures, and landscaping on site. So it's certainly a significant development that will contribute significantly to Fernie's goals for housing diversity, and will take a big chunk out of the housing need we've established through the Housing Needs Report. Looking at zoning, the site is zoned R4, as I mentioned, with more R4 zoning to the north and RMH zoning on the east. So the Kakedo Manufactured Home Park is located to the east there. I've got the site plan on screen, so just getting situated. Kakedo is to the top of the screen there. The dark gray shaded line there is the access lane, which takes you from Kakedo Road down to the site level. It is proposed to be asphalt. So just making that clarification as one of the variances requested, as we'll talk about, is about the parking area being gravel, but the access lane itself is proposed to be asphalt. We've got the 3 buildings toward the center of the site, with the one on the left of the screen being closest to the adjacent existing multi-unit residential development. And then the parking area and associated garage structures, which would be towards the bottom of the screen, closest to the railway and the property boundary to the west. Elevation drawings, again, this is a series of 4-story buildings. The proposed construction type is modular or manufactured off-site. Again, it will be going through a multifamily form and character related development permit subsequent to the variance application, but no major concerns in terms of its ability to comply with the development permit areas. A look at the proposed garage structures, which again are along that west property boundary, and are subject, or one of the subjects of the variance request today. You can see both vehicle doors and person doors. So the vehicle doors face east towards the buildings, whereas the person-sized doors face west towards the property boundary. And I can flip between the site plan as needed to help illustrate this. So as I mentioned, we have 6 requested variances, 5 to the zoning bylaw and 1 to the subdivision development servicing bylaw. I'll proceed through these in sequence on slides to follow, but can come back to this for a broader summary. So the first requested variance is to the building's maximum height. We have a justification provided from the applicant around the nature of the construction, which includes thicker floor assemblies, as well as individual units having higher or 9-foot ceiling heights as well. This variance is not to the number of stories, but to the maximum height, going from 12 to 15.5 meters. Staff's response to this is that, especially with the grade change of this site being below Kakedo road and being well below adjacent residential property, that the height variance requested will not have an impact on neighboring properties, and we're in support of the variance request.
Councilor McCausland.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question about that, if you may. With the maximum building height, is it going to be calculated from where the existing grade is, or will the developer have the opportunity to do significant build up a foundation before building the building on top? So I think we've seen this before where a building height has been allowed, but then, 2 meters of fill are brought in, and then a building gets built on top of that. So I'm just wondering if you understand what, like if you've been told what that process is for setting the foundation, if the building height at the proposed height will be from where it is now, or if there'll be a large build. Hope that wasn't too confusing there, sorry.
Thanks for the question. Height is measured from average finished grade, so there is an opportunity to finish the grade up as needed. But I think with a test of reasonableness for how much is required to make that construction viable.
Yeah.
Okay, but what's the test of reasonableness?
Thanks for the question. If you'll bear with me, I'd like
Sure.
to just clarify my bylaw language before providing a
Okay.
response.
Yeah. And I'll just say too, while you're looking there, this is not a question of of like developers sneakiness. I'm not suggesting that they're trying to pull a fast one. I just was curious about what that process will look like for the final development of that building with regards to its impact on the neighbors, that's all.
Thanks again for the question. So the zoning bylaw just defines it as vertical distance from the finished grade to the highest point of the building or structure. So I guess it's a bit of a challenging one. It's an expensive proposition to raise grade a significant amount. So it's not something I would expect a developer to game that way, especially given the site itself, is considered developable as is, subject to like minor adjustments. So that's not a super clear answer for you, but yeah, going off of just as the bylaw is written, finished grade.
Councilor Smith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. In a similar vein, and probably because I have the same sort of thinking here, I'm well aware that the bylaw relates to finished grade and all that. But given that there's such a huge discrepancy in terms of lot height between there and the neighbor, I've worked in the area, I'm familiar with it a little bit. Do we know approximately in absolute terms what the relative height of those buildings will be to their neighbors? Like, if we approve this, it's not going to wind up 15 feet higher than their neighbors, will it? Like, do we know roughly where we'll land with that?
Thanks for the question. My understanding is the site is approximately 10. There are locations where it is at least 10 meters below the grade of the adjacent property. So in terms of, a maximum height of 15.5, at that location, you'd be only pushing above grade by 5.5 meters. But I don't have an assessment or a visual comparison of the finished grade of the site relative to adjacent structures to answer that question.
Right, thank you.
But Mr. Johnson, that will be something that would be confirmed before construction began, presumably. Finished grade.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, moving on to the loading stalls. The next variance request here is a request from 5 to 2 loading stalls. With the applicant noting that loading at this type of rental building typically only occurs during tenant turnover. Obviously, at occupancy and first occupation, there'll be a significant move-in period, but beyond that, you wouldn't expect to see a major use of loading facilities as on an ongoing basis as you would with a commercial structure. So staff's response to this is one of support, given that with the parking lot configuration, there's adjacent space and that two stalls seems appropriate for this proposal.
Councillor McIsaac?
I'm sorry, honestly, I'm not trying to pick this one apart. It's just happened to be the other question I had. Is there allowed on-street parking in front of where this development will be? That might not be a question for you. That might be a question for someone else in the room.
So on Kakedo Road.
Yeah. I don't believe there is, right?
Thanks for the question. If any of my colleagues have a response to that, Director Weir is going to look for an answer for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
the reason why I'm asking the question is, I'm very comfortable with developers of buildings and the people who rent those buildings figuring out their parking challenges. And I actually, quite frankly, think the city's had a bit zealous approach to requiring parking in some cases and not allowing for flexibility. But I wouldn't want the allowance of that to turn into a street problem where there's not enough parking and so it goes out there. Now, if there's not on-street parking in there, and I actually don't think there is, then those people who live in that area will have to solve their own problem, which is good. That's what they've signed on for. But if it's going to spill out into the further community, then perhaps more questions are warranted.
Mr.
And-
Johnson? Did you want to speak to that? Sorry.
Maybe just to clarify again, if it wasn't clear that we are referring to the loading, just 2 loading stalls as
Yeah.
opposed to resident parking spaces. There's no reduction in resident parking spaces
Right.
proposed.
Councillor Oddie Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm assuming that the loading stalls would be on the property of the project. Because further to Councillor McIsaac's point, Kakedo Road in that area is really actually not in great shape. Quite narrow. And I would call it almost shoulderless. So I'm not sure if parking is allowed, but it certainly would be challenging to traffic. And we also have the stop in the vicinity, right, of that site.
Director Weir, did you have a?
Yes, I just had a quick look at our maps and parking is currently allowed in that area on Kakedo Road. And in the winter, it's alternating parking similar to most of town. But again, we do have control of where we put no parking areas. So we could find that area if it became a problem, considering that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that feedback because as the question was being asked, there are occasions in front of Rocky Mountain Village when there's an event, for example, where vehicles are parked on the street. And frankly, it doesn't appear to be a problem. Because it's intermittent and it's quite wide, particularly in front of that facility.
Thank you. And thanks, Director Weir, for the support. Next requested variance is to the rear yard setback. So I've included an excerpt from the site plan in the bottom of the screen, just illustrating what structure we're talking about here. So this is a rear yard setback reduction request from 2.1 meters to 1.5 meters. The applicant's justification is provided there. Staff have reviewed this and are of the opinion that having these structures with the person door entrance will be adjacent to this property line on what is the lower part of the screen, is quite a constrained entrance and it's quite a long corridor that there could be SEPTED concerns. This is something we'll review and address through the development permit stage, but because there's a variance here requested at council's discretion, we're bringing this up for discussion tonight. So again, reducing that setback could potentially exacerbate SEPTED concerns related to entrapment and being constrained in a corridor physically.
And SEPTED is?
My apologies, crime prevention through environmental design.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Thinking of the SEPTED specifically, would that be alleviated with a bigger setback if everything else were to stay the same with the chain link fence and physical barrier of the building? I'm just trying to figure out what would mitigate those SEPTED concerns beyond, it's a 4 or 5 meter setback.
Thanks for the question. Components of SEPTED here that are worth considering. Sightlines to the location of concern. So in this example, because it's a long corridor and you can't see it because you couldn't see it from, let's say, the body of the site or from the public right of way, the length of the structure, I don't think a greater setback there completely addresses that concern of can you see what's going on behind this building? This design is inviting people to use this location as opposed to it just being a side yard setback. This is a place where the design is inviting people to go, but you can't see that location and it's quite long. So there's concerns around that idea of entrapment and then exacerbated by visibility. So do I think that 2.1 or the setback request here exacerbates SEPTED concerns? Yes. If the structure were meeting the 2.1 meter setback, I think there's still potentially concerns, but we would manage those through the development permit process as opposed to the variance request.
Further?
Thank you. Yes, just as a kind of as a further to that, then would the concerns, or let me restart. Does the design of those garage spaces require a person door at the back, or could all of those SEPTED concerns be alleviated by simply having the garage door style at the front, and that's the only egress and ingress to the space?
It's a fair question. I don't have the answer for you on whether the design of the structure requires that door to be in that location.
I understood
Yeah.
from the report, and this is the first time we've seen the site plan, and if you could actually flip back to the site plan, I'd appreciate it. I understood from the report that those were storage lockers for the residents, and the number of storage lockers is greater than the number of garages, so those would be provided to each unit, presumably. And yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at the site plan now. So in terms of their location, and I appreciate the SEPTED or crime prevention through environmental design considerations, but what other mitigations are there available if the setback if we grant this variance for the setback? Is it lighting? Is it CCTV monitoring? Like, are there other opportunities here to achieve or mitigate the risk?
Thanks for the question. Lighting is proposed to support safety in that location. A formal review or a more thorough review would happen through the development permit process, but my impulse would be if there was room to rotate the structure to open up visibility to that location, that could be an option, or adding a bit more or separating the structures into more structures so that you don't have as long of an entrapment area could potentially be a solution. So I believe there are solutions to be found, and certainly lighting, as mentioned, was already proposed.
So I guess, and sorry, I do see you have a question, Councillor Shoesmith. I guess my question then is, if we were to grant this variance in terms of the setback, is there opportunity to work with the developer to find a solution? So I guess what I'm asking is, we don't create a fatal flaw in the SEPTED outcomes if we grant this variance. There's still opportunity to work with the developer to determine, to create a safer environment.
Thanks for the question. I believe that's a correct interpretation. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Shoesmith? Thank you.
Moving on.
Please carry on.
Thank you. Okay, next requested variance is in regards to the parking area surface. Zoning bylaw requires effectively an asphalt or hard surface. The proposal is for a gravelled surface instead. So this is what the variance is about. The justifications provided there in regards to cost as well as maintenance for the stormwater infrastructure system that's been proposed. And also a note there on environmental preference. Staff's response to this is that there is a potential impact to the stormwater system related to this. We are expecting the stormwater, or we understand the stormwater management plan has considered both scenarios, so it will address it one way or the other. But more so, we don't have precedent to go off in terms of residential development of this or of a multi-unit scale with gravel parking. We did suggest a compromise, which was done on the Bonito development, which is asphalted drive aisles with gravelled spaces. We feel like that's a good compromise that could address, some quality of life / use concerns for those residents while still reducing cost impact. There were concerns noted by residents, which I'll mention towards the end of the presentation, related to dust being generated. So we have noted that gravel is more likely to cast dust. Again, the access lane is not proposed to be gravel. It's just the parking area. And there is a note at the bottom of the slide there that if council supports the variance to go with a gravel parking lot, we do recommend that a condition be included with the variance requiring a maintenance plan be established through a covenant. And the last note there is around, there is an affordability component to this development, but we don't feel that should justify a reduction in what we've established through bylaws, a desired community standard of asphalt parking. Next one, indoor amenity space. The development is proposing outdoor amenity space, which exceeds the bylaw requirement. But for indoor amenity space, there's nothing currently proposed. So staff have noted here that, outdoor amenity space obviously is more challenging to use in inclement weather. And there is a value in having indoor amenity space in our climate here in Fernie. So this was not being recommended by staff to be included with the variances. We have considered a reduction down to 1 square meter per dwelling unit instead of 4.5 square meters per dwelling unit, just to provide roughly 400 square feet or 40 square meters per building. So at least there's some space that could be programmed interior to the structures.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. When we talk about amenity spaces, what more specifically would that refer to? Like, would that be, for example, just like a meeting room, open communal space, or like laundry facilities? Would that also be an indoor amenity space?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to read straight from our bylaw here as I have it handy. In terms of what it may include, but is not limited to an exercise room, workshop, common meeting room, or children's play area. So you get a bit of the flavor there. I don't think that would preclude a laundry facility from being part of it.
And sorry, Mr. Johnson, that's in our building bylaw,
Zoning bylaw.
zoning bylaw for dedicated rental,
For apartment style
apartment
construction.
style construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was a little, I don't know about others, I was a little surprised to see that because honestly, in any apartment building I've ever lived in, I've never wanted to hang out in the hallways or the common spaces. It's in and out. And the most amenity space I've ever seen is, as Councillor Hamilton suggested, a laundry room and potentially a couple of couches in the lobby where people wait for a ride or, yeah, it was frankly, the requirement feels high to me for a dedicated rental, like people tend to come and go. Yeah, I was, yeah, surprised by that. Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Oddie Kelly and Councillor Shoesmith.
Thank you. I mean, that was kind of the summary of my thoughts as well. Any rental building I've ever lived in has had a shared laundry room and maybe, as you say, an entranceway with a couch to wait for a ride, or not really hangout space, 'cause
Yeah.
not really shared space. So I'm a little bit curious as to how this ended up as a bylaw requirement as well.
It feels like a crossover from like a strata. Like a strata feels like the kind of place you might try and build community and have a shared space, but in this circumstance, I found it quite surprising. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I'll just clarify, it's not, in the bylaw, it's not specific to rental or,
No.
you know, the type of tenure. So I think council's deliberations could be good justification for a different approach.
Thank you. Councillor Oddie Kelly?
This one was concerning to me as well. I toured North End Court and I don't recall amenity space in that building, Your Worship. Maybe your memory's better than mine.
No, I would agree.
I don't recall any. I obviously the Ridgemont condos are circa 60s like I am. So they don't have it as either. But Silver Rock has a small amenity space, but it was built in a much different fashion. Like I don't understand why we would require that. Maybe it's just me, but I think the idea of a nicer, larger private balcony outdoor space seems much more attractive to me than some kind of a meeting something room. Do we know if they're going to have laundry in the units? All those things like, you know, we're going to soon have the field house. We have plenty of opportunities for people. There's gyms, there's you know, private gyms in town. Like I'm a little curious about that one. And I don't feel comfortable with imposing that. Maybe that's not the lifestyle that people even want to lead.
Councillor Shoesmith and Councillor Ramanus?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. You know, having worked at a bunch of these places, I find, you know, around out back there with the poor visibility is probably where everybody's going to wind up hanging out. I'm of the mind with Councillor Oddie Kelly on that one. I think that's between the buyer of the units and the seller of the units here.
Thank you. Councillor Ramanus?
Nothing profound is going to come from me, Your Worship. I think everybody kind of covered what I was about to say. As being a former tenant myself years ago, I just feel like, you know, a balcony space is a lot more valuable for a tenant than so-called community space
Mhm.
within the building. So I think we need to be a little more easygoing on this one.
Yeah, it feels like the nature of a rental is different than the nature of a strata. And for me, this, you know, if there was, as I say, a couch in the lobby where people waited for their ride to come or their, or whatever, that almost feels like enough in terms of a common space.
I appreciate the discussion. Shall I
Thank you.
move on?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay, and this is the variance requested to the subdivision and development servicing bylaw. The bylaw requires water main vault for the purpose of metering at the property line. And the request is to instead locate space for metering within the structures themselves. This was referred to the engineering department, and they support this requested variance, particularly as it still complies with the MMCD guidelines. So this is recommended for approval.
Thank you. And yeah, just for the clarity for folks listening, that was to move the water meter from the property line inside the building.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just a note from the staff report, apologies about an incorrect link which was included, and anyone who followed this link and was encouraged to play Plinko. The link was provided by CP, but was not vetted by staff before including the report.
It's a diabolical plan and part of the railroad, I think.
Guess they're starved for revenue. There was some feedback received, which is attached to the staff report, as well as two which were received after the agenda was published. Each are substantially similar, and I've highlighted the three key concerns raised with each. Height in the adjacent, or the impact on adjacent properties, was referenced in each case. We've discussed staff's position on this. I do see a question from
Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship.
No.
It is one of the key issues that were raised, Director. Could you just go back to the gravel parking? And you said that the stormwater planning looked at both scenarios. Could you just clarify and elaborate a little bit about that?
I have the same question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So stormwater, it will be conveyed to a management device. It's called StormPal in the application, and will be conveyed further off-site into various stormwater conveyances like culverts and whatnot. Through the stormwater management plan, the engineers on the project for the applicant have reviewed the impacts to those structures, both through if there was a permeable surface, so gravel, which would also tend to carry more residual or fines towards those stormwater structures, versus asphalt, which obviously doesn't permeate nearly in the same amount and increases stormwater flow offsite. So all that to say, the engineers on the project have considered both scenarios, and the solution will mitigate for the conservative or the more impactful scenario regardless.
Further, Your Worship?
Yeah, please.
Just this one is a little more difficult for me considering the stormwater and inflow and issues that we have. So I just wanted to make sure that I really understood it. So the gravel's going to be more permeable, but the asphalt is recommended?
Thanks for the question. Yes, the gravel will be more permeable. It will also likely increase the volume of fines that are carried towards the stormwater management system in that way. Asphalt's being recommended for a number of reasons, though, beyond just stormwater, in terms of the durability of that surface for the residents.
Councillor Schuzma?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Well, I appreciate the concerns about dust, certainly. We seem to have a policy of doing bioswales along the roads in the annex, as well as other places. So we're clearly okay with people parking on gravel off of asphalt. Is there any reason this would be substantively different?
Thanks for the question. So in terms of the, if I may paraphrase and confirm understanding, in terms of the impact on that surface and stormwater, or is it about the user experience? I'm just looking for clarification.
Oh, yeah, thank you. What I'm getting at is around town, we are totally fine with people parking on the gravel at the side of the roads. In fact, we've encouraged it. That was the new street plan as of some years ago. this, should we pursue that, would be, to my knowledge, in no real way different. I mean, it just looks like the same sort of thing. I mean, you would have a parking spot and would have higher permeability, and I believe that was one of the reasons we wanted to do that in the annex, was allowing some of the water to go away. What's different here? Why wouldn't we want to do that? Or yeah, actually, sorry, that was the recommendation, was the gravel. Yeah. I was just wondering if there's any difference here.
Thanks for the question. I guess, we are talking about a bylaw requirement for a parking area specifically, as opposed to like a boulevard along a street. The bylaw states that it's going to be a hard surface like asphalt. There are other concerns beyond just stormwater. As I mentioned, stormwater will be managed in accordance with our requirements in either case. Staff believe that the asphalt scenario is going to be a better user experience, or a better experience for those renters into perpetuity. Less likely to require ongoing maintenance or have a negative experience using through the winter months in fresh shed and whatnot. There's also a bit of you have a harder time controlling an asphalt parking lot in terms of allocating space, where obviously you can paint lines on asphalt and it's pretty clear who parks where. That can be a little bit harder to keep in control through gravel. So there was a few concerns there from staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Nixon.
Oh, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I like the compromise, less dust, less stormwater. I like that fact that it's going to be paved driving aisles and gravel parking stalls. I think it's best of both worlds. So I'm in favor of that.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thank you. In the report, it talks, staying on the parking, it talks about a maintenance commitment through a covenant. And do we have any idea of what that would look like at this stage? Or is that something that would be negotiated further down the line if this was the direction council went?
Thanks for the question. We don't have a draft maintenance plan, for example, at this stage. It's something we would work with to the satisfaction of the applicant and staff.
Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Director, you mentioned, I believe, Benito Place has the paved gravel compromise. Have we ever had any feedback or complaints or concerns with that? Like, has it ever come back to us saying, you guys should never have done that, it's really horrible?
Thank you for the question. Not to my knowledge, but I also have only been here a month or so. So I'd invite any other my colleagues to speak to that if we are aware of any. Getting head shakes.
No, we have not.
Thank you. Yeah, and to Councillor Audie Kelly's question, it feels a little bit like one of those the market will decide. If people are happy with their accommodation and they can afford it, and they will accept the compromise, it feels like. Councillor McIsaac and then Councillor Hammond.
Thanks, Your Worship. Now, as I understand it, the compromise is what was proposed by staff, but the applicant is not that keen on doing paving for the driving into and out of the parking lot other than the connector road, and that the entire parking area itself would be gravel. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct. That's the requested variance from the applicant that staff have indicated we don't support.
Okay, thanks. Now follow up, Your Worship. I think, like in principle, I'm reluctant to impose a sensibility on the thing. Like, I don't want to presume what the quality of life experience is for people there on the basis of whether or not they're parking on gravel or pavement or driving in and out and so on. For me, I think, as you said a moment ago, Your Worship, that's for people to decide if they want to live there and experience that or not. Where the concern for me is dust is not going to stay confined to the parking lot. So what I'm curious about is, should council support that particular variance and they end up with an entire gravel parking lot, And then a year or two down the road, we are besieged with complaints from dust from the surrounding neighborhood because the prevailing wind is from the west and it's going to blow all the dust to the parking lot, all through the mobile home park, et cetera. What recourse does the community have with the owner of that property if that's the case? Any? And this might not be a question for you, Director, but perhaps it is.
Thanks for the question. Again, the maintenance plan in conception would support addressing dust concerns proactively. Whether or not there could be some form of recourse designed to be included in the covenant, I'm unsure of committing to that statement here. So yeah, in terms of recourse post-development, I am a little unsure.
So if we were conceptually open to the gravel parking lot, we could task you to negotiate a covenant for the maintenance of the parking lot.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
I had the exact same question.
Councillor Amadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. This is a little interesting for me, and I also, in principle, support the gravel parking solution here. Only thing that I do have kind of concern is if the market has decided what kind of parking facility it requires, and we've seen other projects in the past, why don't I see a lot of gravel parking rental projects so far? Is it an outcome of the way the bylaws are written in the communities, or is it what the developers have developed? Like that's the place I don't really understand.
Thanks for the comment or the question. I suppose I can't speak too much to developers' decisions in the past, but certainly the bylaw has been written this way to require paved surface. And as far as I'm aware, we haven't granted a variance to a parking lot before for its entirety to be gravel. Obviously, we have the Kakedo or the Benito example, pardon me. So throughout the development process, we've had developers comply with the bylaw, whether for marketability or whether for their interpretation of working with staff and coming to a decision that aligns with the bylaw.
Councillor Shoesmith?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Lots to say on this. The city of Fernie here has an issue with the property ladder lacking several of the bottom rungs. And when we say we want, a big list of quality items, that moves it up those rungs. I'm one of the few rare people of my generation to have been able to afford a house in Fernie in my 20s. And how I did that was by purchasing a ramshackle trailer in a trailer park with gravel and no yard and all those things. And that was fine. That was a step on the ladder. And, what with house flipping and infill, a lot of those rungs have been removed from the ladder here. So I hesitate to put too many stipulations on a developer that is aiming at making things more affordable. Where I draw the line on that is things that are a clear negative impact to their neighbors. Now, where I live right now, I'm sure you're all aware, but for anybody listening, there's an awful lot of infill going on near me. And my house is suddenly surrounded by much taller houses. And, I understand that's not nice. People don't like that. But they bought those lots. That's their right. That's within the purview of those lots. And I find a repeated pattern where every time somebody builds, people who already have a house nearby will complain that somebody's building on an empty lot and they like that empty lot, which I understand, like I feel the same, but you know, at the end of the day, we should be looking for ways to make this work without unduly affecting the neighbors. So the dust is a real concern for me. The height, I think, would be, and I haven't seen an elevation drawing, but I get the feeling that by the time you get to average grade, these things will be starting so much lower than their neighbors that this variance won't make much difference. You know, I'm of a mind to say most of these things are okay. Is half a meter difference going to make a difference at the back for a mugger and a sight line? Is that the thing? You know, maybe not. I don't think so. Basically, I'd be in favor of everything here except for the pure gravel, just for the dust concern.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I tend to agree with your perspective, but we've been presented with an opportunity for mitigation on the gravel parking lot, which is a maintenance plan as a covenant that's could be negotiated. And I do want to return to a comment that was made earlier about presupposing user experience. And these are being built as dedicated rentals. So there's a income stream that the owner developer will want to maintain from these buildings. And it feels to me it's in their best interest to manage it for a positive user experience. Otherwise, if word gets out that it's unpleasant and mucky and horrible, then they will have to deal with that, in order to maintain that income stream. I do also appreciate Councillor Shoesmith's comments about the housing diversity and the housing ladder in the community. I think there's an opportunity here that would be missed. I do think there's, in terms of the SEPTED concern, there's an opportunity to, as you have indicated, Mr. Johnson, kind of negotiate outcomes that, if we grant that variance, there's an opportunity still to negotiate outcomes that improve that outcome, not to overuse the word. And I did have a question about this, the storm PAL, which struck me as a kind of a funny, I feel like, there's a big happy face on it somewhere, like straight out of Fallout. Who's responsible for the maintenance of the storm PAL system? If it's installed, does it become part of the city infrastructure, or is it the developer's responsibility to maintain that system? As vis-a-vis the question about runoff from the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the question. It's my understanding it's on site and it would remain the landowner's responsibility.
The owner's responsibility. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I'm of a mind to go with approve all these variances with some caveats, as it was indicated. But that's just based on both the report and seeing the site plan. I think there's a real opportunity for the community here. I'd hate to miss it. Councillor Ida Kelly.
Your worship, can we just ask Director, can you go back to the artist renderings, please? Because I think you do make a good point, and that piece of land too is challenging.
And has always been challenging.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you, the site plan, could we also just go back to the nice pictures?
The one, the very first one on the
Yes,
cover?
please.
Yeah.
So this is the proposed look of the building. I mean, aesthetics are important. I'm a girl.
Oh, I think that I'm with you. I think that really feels like a win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, your worship, I think if it's going to look like that, it's very attractive. I
Mhm.
like the idea of, because I lived in the Kato Apartments once upon a time, and it is challenging living by the railroad tracks, I can tell you.
Yeah.
So if we've got someone that's being really forward thinking, I kind of like that.
And I appreciated your comment about the challenging nature of that property because it's gone off the market. I don't know how many times in my time here, like probably uncountable times. It's, Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. This is just an artist's rendering, right? It's not guaranteed to look like this. Is that correct? Or is this the final product?
There will be a negotiation in terms of form and character, sorry. Will there not be?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this, this is a 3D version of and here's the elevation drawing. So this is what we're expecting, and we'll move into form and character development permit and secure the look and feel through that process. So this is what I'm expecting.
Perfect, thank you. Given the conversation, I wonder if we can, I would like to develop some more, a more comprehensive series of, what am I trying to say? Resolutions, please. So should we take a bit of a recess to do that? Mr. Bornowski.
Your worship, can the corporate officer and I work with you on drafting those and
Absolutely.
our director?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Councillor Ramirez.
Your worship, as part of that, I think there is also some value to look into the bylaw itself around the community space for such apartments.
Yeah, in terms of the applicability of that
Exactly.
amenity space. Yeah, I
Exactly.
think that's a fair comment.
Yeah.
Actually. Thank you. But that's a different conversation.
No.
Yeah.
I know it is a different conversation, but often what happens is these type of resolutions don't come to the council table often enough.
Fair enough.
So while we are on this topic, we should probably
Let's flag it
fix that
for,
also.
yeah.
Yeah,
for
fix or at least flag it.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I think that makes good sense. Shall we, sorry, did we get right through your presentation, Mr. Johnston?
Thanks for the question. I only had a concluding slide remaining, so
Okay.
yeah. But I can go back to the list of variances for the sake of the resolution drafting probably would be.
Yeah, I don't
Most
think you need to put them up there. We can have a conversation
Okay.
offline. Okay, thank you. With that, I think we'll take a 5-minute recess. Corporate officer, is that adequate? welcome back. So our next step is to have our corporate officer read the resolution and are you ready?
Yep.
Awesome.
The staff recommendation is that council issue development variance permit application number DVPA 625 at 85 Kaikato Avenue for the following variances. Varying the zoning bylaw number 1750 as follows. 1, varying section 4.2.4.4, maximum building height principal building from 12 meters to 15.5 meters. 2, varying sections 5.7, off-street loading from 5 stalls to 2 stalls. 3, varying section 4.2.4.4, rear yard setback accessory building from 2.1 meters to 1.5 meters. 4, varying section 5.5F, parking standards from paved surface to gravel surface. 5, vary section 4.2.4.5, interior amenity area from 1.4 meters squared per dwelling unit to 0 meters squared per dwelling unit. Number 6, vary the subdivision and development servicing bylaw number 2514 as follows. Vary section 2.2, metering from water main vault at property line to interior water meter for the future. And that council directs staff to negotiate a covenant to address ongoing maintenance of the gravel parking area.
Mover, Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Ramadas. Discussion. Councillor Nixon and then Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thank you, Worship. We had recently an issue with one road being completely covering a neighborhood in dust. And I think we're going to have the same issue when it comes to this development. I think we still need to have paving down through the lanes as suggested by staff, as well as gravel in the parking spots for people to park. The permeable spots for the gravel will absorb the water that falls, the rainfall that comes down. And then the storm pal with the smiley face will actually catch the water that's coming off and reduce the dust. So I think we still need, the compromise that staff made was a good one. The rest of it, I'm completely happy with.
Thank you. Councillor Artie Kelly.
Mine was along the lines of the septed concern that staff had. And director had mentioned not so much the setback, but can we work with them on, maybe cameras, lighting, making sure that that's all in place as well in provision of granting the variance to the narrower.
Do you want to speak to that, Director?
Happy to, thank you. So yeah, in terms of SEPTED, following approval of the variances, we would start the development permit process, of which SEPTED is a component. So staff will be looking at those guidelines and discussing with the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Shoesmith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. I'm certain it's been checked and double checked, but just out of an abundance of caution, the new varied height, should we grant it, that would still be within the reach of all our existing firefighting and future firefighting equipment, yes?
Thanks for the question. I'm wondering if Chief Morgan might be able to support me with an answer on this.
Yeah, take a second if you need it. I didn't mean to blindside anybody. It just occurred to me.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Basically, if we allow it to be this much taller, will it still be within the range and capabilities of our existing and future firefighting equipment?
Yes, so future for sure, as in the end of 27 when we get a 100-foot ladder. But as far as access, it's good. I did have some concerns with hydrants and where they were located. But our current ladder, which is 70 feet, could reach the balconies as long as we got close enough to the building.
Okay, I was almost certain you guys would have made sure of all of that, but it just occurred to me last second and
yeah.
just Just wanted to make sure, was all.
Thank you. Counselor Hamilton.
Thank you. Yeah, as was mentioned about the SEPTED, the question I asked earlier, 2.1 down to 1.5, I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. And I'm hoping that through the building permit process, we do address that, because I do see that as a significant concern with the current layout. And as far as, dust mitigation from gravel parking lots, we are the owners of 2 gravel parking lots ourselves at the city of Fernie. And, if this is a serious concern, we should probably be leading by example.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Director. That was a good presentation and a great discussion. So thanks very much.
Thanks for the deliberations.
Oh, Councilor Ramdas.
Sorry, Your Worship, what's the fix on the fix for the bylaw itself?
Bylaw does the director flag that for consideration or?
Thank you. Following the OCP, we are anticipating a comprehensive look at the zoning bylaw. So depending on council's sense of urgency, this would likely be captured or would be captured in that. If it's something that council feels a need for sooner, we could look at, advancing an amendment before then, but.
Yeah, well, personally, I kind of, in the hopes that we'll get more dedicated rentals like this, it does feel like something, maybe if you see another one cross your desk, Mr. Johnson, that might be the time to bring it forward. I do think that the bylaw requires some clarity in terms of the difference between the uses, dedicated rental versus a strata, for example.
Thanks for the point. One more thing just came to mind, which is we do anticipate a smaller bylaw amendment in June this year to comply with Bill 25. So it is something we could look at that time, as long as we manage, any concerns around adding too many things to the provincially mandated amendments. So that's something we'll look at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 10.1, adoption of the council procedure bylaw number 2446, amendment bylaw number 2544, 2026. And I'll ask for a mover and a seconder that council procedure bylaw number 2446, amendment bylaw number 2544, 2026 be adopted. Moved by Councillor Shoesmith, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Discussion. Councillor McIsaac. Microphone.
Sorry. Thank you. 155. And this was with regards to agenda preparation and late items. And I just wanted to have a discussion. I realize we're at the very end of this entire process, but even as we've approached this particular agenda, we're already still receiving late items. And I want to commend staff on the diligence to ensure that all the information that is possible is put in front of council and for decision making. But by the same token, I also want to recognize the fact that with working members at the council table, it's often extremely difficult to pay attention to an item that's arriving during the workday in anticipation in advance of council. So the way that it's currently worded, as my understanding, I'm happy to be disagreed with if I'm wrong here, is that late items can certainly come to the table, but there's they're to be addressed by either the CAO or some sort of resolution in council to say, yes, we're willing to change the agenda. If that's happening at the council meeting, it is already too late for a councillor who's been working all day to see the item in advance. And that puts them at a disadvantage and potentially jeopardizes their ability to make good decisions. Now, we might be okay with that because in general, the late items tend to be small and we have plenty of time at the table to discuss them. And if we're okay with that, that's great, and we can move forward. But I just want to open up the discussion to council to see, would we like staff to be more rigorous about the deadline of Friday and ensuring that those items are not coming in? And there's a cost there, right? And so I thought I would put it to council and potentially to the corporate officer for discussion of just how we have been doing it and whether everyone's okay with it.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. I was actually going to whimsically comment on the fact that the forms in the article were, one was one way, the next was the next. So I was kind of reading them like this. Yeah, but just to thank Councillor McIsaac for that point. As one of the working members of council, it hasn't presented an insurmountable issue to me as yet. There have been times when I've certainly found myself going through our package in a lunchroom or while concrete's been drying. If it were to be a problem, I certainly would have made some noise about it. I think as it stands, they tend to be pretty small with as much notice as they can. So I'm okay just as is, status quo. Obviously, I'm only 1/7 of this body, so thank you.
Councillor Ida Kelly.
I think we should allow late items. We did have a bit of an awkward way of introducing them with those steps that we had to follow. But I don't want to take away the flexibility of not being able to do it and being rigid about it. Something might come up that really needs to be timely.
That's
So-
where my mind goes. Yeah,
Yeah.
in terms of emergent issues,
Yep.
there may be a real need.
Example, I can think of one, the sidewalks
Mhm.
in the annex in the one area, right? So I don't want to take that option away. We could have maybe fixed the awkward way it's introduced. And I have to agree with Councillor Shoesmith as another one of the full-time working members on council. I can be adaptable and flexible and catch up.
Councillor Shoesmith?
Just to put it more succinctly, comes down to judgment, and thus far, I feel staff has had really good judgment around this.
Thank you. Councillor Ramdas?
Thanks, Your Worship. I don't know if my memory is a little different from rest of the council, but I do recall some pretty hefty late items that have come to the table. They were not easy. It was probably on a Monday night or something. So I'm actually in support of what Councillor McIsaac is saying. Like, if you have a little bit more rigorous timeline, then there is a better chance of better conversation at this table. I'm one of those guys who usually doesn't support very rigid bylaws, but in this case, it might be actually appropriate to have some kind of a cutoff, say Friday afternoon or something. A little bit more rigor is required is how I feel.
Thank you. I'll turn to our corporate officer and I don't know if you have any comments. Do we need to make any change to the text to support more rigor? And does it currently suit our needs if there is an emergent issue that we need to add? We potentially would need to add anyway.
It does Your Worship, it does currently suit our current needs. In saying that, in the last 18 months or so, we have had quite a few late items. To your point, yes, we have had a few late items come to the council table either the Monday before the meeting or the day of the meeting. So I appreciate that comment from councillors about your workload and your daytime jobs. If we were to amend this, we would have to, because we are at third reading currently,
Mhm.
So we'll need a rescind back to second, make the amendment and then bring it back for third, and then reconsider again for adoption. It would provide more time for myself as your corporate officer to go back through the council procedure bylaw, because I understand that the notice of motion, section 3.16 is also similarly written in the same way, to allow notice of motions to come late as well. So there will be a little bit of work required. So rescinding back to second and then considering third reading would be the best way forward.
And when you say a little bit of work,
Just to make sure that the language is correct.
Okay.
And if you do want to take away that mechanism, then we'll need a kind of at least a week or so to kind of work through that, to make sure that not only does it suit our current needs, but also it suits what council wants to do today.
okay, thank you. Councillor Suzman?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. I was just going to remark, I was counting out the months left in our term. We might not be long for these seats anyway, and perhaps this is something best left to a new crew to decide their own preference. I mean, we've only got a handful of months left, really.
Councillor Hamilton?
That's a very similar vein to my comment is, I'm wondering if it is our best use of staff time in the remaining time that we have in this term to rescind, go back, redo it, or the fact that we're having this discussion flags it for all of us, and anyone listening who's intending to run to keep a track of it. And we have to approve this every year. So it would be relatively simple to just make note of it and adjust it for the next procedure bylaw approval.
Thank you. Councillor McIsaac?
Thank you, Worship. Just to be clear, the current proposed procedure bylaw actually already supports what we're saying, or what I brought up, which is that it says within the bylaw that the agenda comes out on Friday and late items won't be considered unless it's been approved by the CAO or by a resolution from council. So it already says what I was proposing we consider. And again, I want to note that it already does make some allowances for that. And I believe what I've heard from the rest of council is we're pretty comfortable with the I guess the management of that by staff so far in trying to, only include things that really must be there. I don't believe we actually have to make a change to the bylaw. It was more a question about whether or not we want to actually enforce the bylaw as it's written, or whether we want to carry on with the current interpretation of the bylaw. So I don't think any wording is required. I wanted to make sure we had the discussion. I think, everyone here works in some fashion, but we all have different types of jobs, and not everybody's job supports being able to take a couple hours out in the afternoon on a Tuesday to catch up. And so I wanted to hear from everyone else if they felt it was burdensome in the way we're currently doing it. And if so, we could potentially change that. But I don't believe any changes are necessary to do that.
I tend to agree. And I think to reflecting on Councillor Hamilton's comment about it being flagged, we've also just flagged it for staff in terms of the process. So there's an opportunity to just adhere more closely to the bylaw. Councillor Audia Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm not in favor of rescinding and going back. I don't think that's a great use of staff's time. And I think that one of the next presentations is much more important for staff.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.2, a report from our Acting Director of Corporate Services, the Records Retention and Scheduling Bylaw. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a moment. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here before you for the repeal of records retention and scheduling bylaw number 1705 and initial readings of the records management program bylaw number 2547. The purpose of this report is to seek council's consideration of first, second, and third readings of the City of Fernie's Records Management Program bylaw 2547 and to repeal and replace the city's outdated records retention scheduling bylaw. The current records retention and scheduling bylaw was adopted in January 1996. Since that time, the city's operational environment has evolved significantly, with records now created, stored, and transmitted in both physical and electronic formats across shared drives, cloud platforms, Microsoft 365 applications, and specialized business systems. In 2025, the city retained FY Information Management Consulting to conduct a comprehensive records and information management current situation assessment and to provide foundational program deliverables as a part of phase 1 of a multi-year renewal initiative and resulted in a Fernie assessment report. The assessment report specifically identified bylaw 1705 as outdated and that its provisions are not being consistently operationalized in practice. Part of the foundational deliverables included a drafted and templated records management modern program bylaw was prepared to repeal and replace the outdated bylaw. So the 2026 Records and Information, or RIM, assessment report confirms that while there is strong organizational support, our records governance framework remains in development. So we're operating with a 1996 bylaw that was built for like a paper-based environment. Some key challenges identified in the assessment report. It did identify frustration across departments and as well highlighted that without updated authority and program documentation, we cannot implement consistent retention schedules or defensible destruction practices of our records. So this new bylaw before you shifts the city from a narrow retention model to a full life cycle governance framework. It aligns with the community charter responsibilities and better supports FOIPA compliancy and efficiency. Importantly, it authorizes structured classification schedules, defensible destruction, and modernization of digital repositories, which are all a part of like some foundational steps that are identified in the comprehensive phase 2 assessment report and the records and information management roadmap. So this project, it's a multi-phased project. It does help advance council's strategic plan of organizational excellence, business modernization, legislative compliance, helps reduce organizational risk and increases operational efficiency, like genuinely across the organization. It will help enable setting up a digital workspace strategy for part of the phase 3 work, have structured repositories, and will improve our future electronic documents and records management systems planning and processes. So as a part of our overall roadmap, this is step 2 of a very detailed action plan that was in the assessment report and creates that foundational development. Upon adoption of this modernized records and information management bylaw before you today, from there, the organization is well aware, has buy-in across all departments and at all levels. We can then move through the detailed action plan and adopt records and information management policies, email management policies, evaluate the coordination and resourcing, we have retained the consultant to guide us through phase 2, which will then include several staff training sessions and then implementation of that phased approach and plan. So with that, I have the recommendation before you that council give the first, second, and third readings to the Records Management Program Bylaw number 2547, but I'm also here for questions or curiosities.
Councillor Eddie Kelly?
Do we have to repeal the old bylaw first?
Please.
By virtue of bringing this bylaw to council, if council were to approve first, second, and third reading, it would automatically repeal whatever is already there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McIsaac,
Move the recommendation.
seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Item 11.2, no, sorry, 10.2. No, that was, we just did that one. 11.1. We have an introduction from, by our corporate officer.
Let me pull up my note here. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce Matt O'Halloran, who has recently joined the organisation as our Deputy Corporate Officer. Matt brings nearly 2 decades of experience in local government and public services across British Columbia. Most recently, he served as the Manager of Government Relations with BC Transit, where he worked closely with municipal and regional governments on transit operating agreements, strategic planning, and major service initiatives. Prior to that, Matt held legislative leadership roles, including Manager of Legislative Services with the District of Saanich, the Manager of Corporate Services and the Corporate Officer for the Town of Ladysmith, and the Manager of Legislative Services with the City of Richmond. Earlier in his career, he also worked with the Regional District of Nanaimo in both legislative and communication roles. Matt is from Nanaimo and is willing to move to Fernie. Throughout these positions that Matt has had, he's built extensive experience supporting councils and boards, overseeing legislative services, elections, which is good for us, freedom of information, policy development, and organisational governance. I would like you all to join me in welcoming Matt to the organisation and to his first council meeting with us today. Matt, we're very pleased to have you here.
Welcome.
Would you like to say some words?
Well, thanks, Lavinia. That's very nice. Appreciate that. And thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Nice to meet everyone. And thank you to senior leadership and staff here at the city for making it a great couple first days here. And I'd just like to give a shout out to my cohort of 5 other new staff members at the city who were in training with me just this on Monday with Camille Neal, Director of Corporate Services. It's a great training program that we have, and hope everyone's having a good week. So yeah, thank you. I do have background in local government and looking forward to being involved with all the great services here at the city. And happy to take any recommends for entry-level snowboard runs up the mountain. It's not my first time, but it's been a while. I'll leave it at that.
Welcome aboard, Mr. O'Halloran. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Item 11.2, a report from our Director of Planning, Local Government Development Approvals Program, Application 2026, Accelerating the Digital Transition. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me, it's only my second time pulling up a presentation on this system, so. All right. The subject of the report, or this report, is the Local Government Development Approvals Program. This is a grant program administered by UBCM, but funded by the province of BC. For a little color, I've added some of our records on screen here. To inform council a little bit about the program, this is available to support development approvals, process enhancements for local governments. The fund is up to 100% of $200,000 for individual applications, and that's what we're looking at tonight. Completion is within 2 years of approval, and City of Fernie has good experience with this program. The 2021 Development Approvals Review Report process was funded successfully by this program. So the project that our team has scoped and is putting forward for council's consideration is the digitization of our land use and property file physical records, which are currently housed across City Hall in various locations. So this involves the physical consolidation, organization of those records, the shipping to a third party at an offsite location to complete scanning, organization, and naming and return of those documents in digital format. Again, it's a third-party digitization, and we have scoped this out at approaching a $200,000 budget. It is an expensive process to complete, but that would be 100% grant funded if successful. Outcomes, obviously digitization of these records, but the benefits thereof, more efficient access to these records for investigations, both for permit issuance. We also get inquiries for, property file reviews from property owners. And so this could significantly enhance our ability to respond quickly and to investigate quickly. So we're expecting a significant time savings for various processes that we deal with if we have digital records rather than as the current process currently requires staff to get up from their desk, move around the City Hall in search of what they're not always certain is there because you're going on a bit of a search or a hunt. So it involves checking multiple places, and depending on what you're looking for can take a significant amount of time. So improved records consistency and reliability as well, just through like consistent naming conventions and organization of these files. We'll know exactly where to look and what we're looking for, and an added benefit of physical space improvement by reducing the need to store these records in these locations. Alignment, we do see this stemming straight out of the 2021 work, which aligns well with the program to show that we're acting on previous funded projects. Specifically strategic recommendation number 5 on digital transformation. We do see this also aligning with council's strategic plan for customer service, strategic action plan for permit process enhancements, and it by design will align very well with the ongoing records management work that Director Neal spoke to previously. And we have accounted for, ensuring that what we receive complies with that report, and that we'll engage with the consultant who's supporting that work in this work as well. So the recommendation, it is a requirement of the grant for us to submit that we have a resolution from council indicating support and indicating that it is supported that staff will project manage the activities. The recommendation on screen is as per the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Councillor Audie Kelly and then Councillor Nixon.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would be totally happy to move this. I also, Director, I certainly would hope that we're successful, but do we have a plan B if we're not? Because I think that we really need to do this. The grant would obviously be wonderful. But if we aren't successful with the grant, is there a way that we can build this into future budgets, some kind of even a phased approach? Because it seems to me that this would be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but vital to improvement and success in planning. Great for all the staff and citizens. So I hope we get the grant, please God. But if we don't, I'd love to see staff come forward with a plan B.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to work with the Director of Finance, CAO, on alternative approaches should we not be successful.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Thank you, Worship. I had the exact same question, but I was also going to just preface it with, I was glad that none of those pictures of toilets with the files next to them. No, no, please, everyone, you must realize Mar-a-Lago.
Indeed. Councillor Shoesmith?
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Yeah, I think this is great. It would be nice to get rid of the oppressively large and depressingly bureaucratically beige stacks of files and replace them with a cheery and frustrating computer program. So I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Ramadas and then Councillor McIsaac.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think Councillor Audia Kelly covered pretty much everything I wanted to ask, but one thing that I always ask whenever a grant application comes to the council is what's the probability of success? Like, or what's your thinking of how will we succeed or not?
Thanks for the question. It's hard to make, I guess, an accurate assessment on that. I do feel that the application's aligned with the guide and the goals for the program. And I think we have a lot of other documents to point to for how this aligns with the other ongoing work of the city, which usually funders like to see. This didn't just come out of nowhere. We have a lot of places to point for where this came from. So I feel good, but grants are often prescribed these days. So it's competitive out there.
Yeah. Further?
One more question, Your Worship. Like, just wondering, why is it $200,000? Like in my naive world, I just feel like, it's a couple of summer students, taking documents and scanning it. Like, why should it cost that much?
It's a great question. We have received 2 quotes. One is from a provincial organization, the BC Mail Service does this, and then another from a private. The estimate for the scanning organization, once the documents are received, is in the realm of 150,000 just for the service to do that work. There's, I guess, security compliance issues there that they have to meet in terms of how they're completing the scans. And then we have shipping costs, and then we've allocated a little bit of cost for staff time, which under the grant can be covered through, managing the program. As well as a bit of consulting fees to support the records management, review, and quality assurance. So when we tally all these items up, we're getting around that number. I'll add the companies that are doing the service take the files in batches. So rather than one single truck, which for risk management purposes is also not a great idea, we'd be doing this in batches. So the shipping costs escalate quickly as a result of that as well.
Councillor McIsaac?
Thank you, Worship. Tragically, I have my Scouts computerizing records management badge. And the $200,000 isn't even going to come close. It's always so much more expensive than you think it's going to be. Having said that, it's very clear this is necessary to do. We might as well apply for money to help with doing it. So if Councillor Audia Kelly's comment earlier didn't count as a motion, I will make the motion. If it did, I'll second.
Councillor Audia Kelly?
I was moving, so I'm happy to have you as my partner. I just want to say, as a government worker, admin person with government for a long, long time now, it may not seem sexy and glamorous to the public, but I'm super excited about us improving our records management in general, for the previous presentation and this one. It is so key to the success of an organization. And I get that it's going to be expensive, and I'm familiar with, having to ARCs and ORCs and all those other things with government that we do, and offsite storage and yada, yada. But I just want people to understand how really important this is, and what a great return on investment there will be from this, for citizens, for the region, for our staff. Like, this is going to be excellent once we get our records under control. So thank staff for the hard work on this, and I think we're in great hands with our corporate officer handling our records management, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Thank you. I would ask our corporate officer to read the resolution moved by Councillor Otta Kelly and seconded by Councillor McIsaac, if you don't mind.
Certainly, Your Worship. The staff recommendation is that council support the submission of an application to the 2026 Local Government Approvals Program for the Accelerating the Digital Transition Project, and that council confirm its support for the proposed project management activities and overall grant management.
Any other discussion? Councillor Ramdas.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think the CEO wanted to say something and just lost him on the queue there.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just going to say your question is valid. Some organizations will use archivist or library science co-op students. It's just the volume and the time. It would be years and years and years. And it is. Some organizations make that determination that they want to take the time. But signed and endorsed the report, my perspective is we need these digitized and we need them done so as tightly integrated into our records management renewal as possible.
Thank you. With that, look further.
Well, the only thing, Your Worship, is, I think Councillor alluded to this, but can we phase in smaller chunks of work, regardless of whether we get the grant or not, right? That's probably the question that we need to answer, right? This whole large scale documentation, management, and all those things, it's all fine. But is there a way, if we were to go for a plan B here, a plan B might entail, let's pick something that is achievable with a smaller budget, go after it, budget it for 2027 or even 26 if someone wants to motion, and then move ahead. Like, that would be my only sort of recommendation. I don't know if this will turn into a resolution or not, but we just need some active plan B here.
Do you want to comment, Mr. Johnson?
Happy again, thanks for the question. Happy again to come up with a plan B suggestion. And as mentioned through the budget process, I am planning on bringing a status update tracking sheet type document for the DAPR review more broadly. And so we can discuss at that time how this could fit in with that work.
Thanks. Councillor Otta Kelly and then Councillor Shoesmith, Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, and just to clarify for Councillor, I actually, I want this to proceed regardless of the grant or not. So that's why I wanted to build in some kind of a plan B. Because I'm not balking at the cost, because I totally get it. It's more like, okay, if we don't get the grant, I don't want to not do this.
Councillor Shoesmith.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. It just occurred to me that, we have a lot of viewers, which is weird, but we do. And a lot of them may not know what an LGDAP is or why we would care. So just to provide a small amount of color, one of the hidden vampires sapping the time at City Hall and leading to less good service than we otherwise could have achieved is just people rooting around for files, and it just has knock-on effects and delays. And, chipping away at this will hopefully gradually make City Hall faster and faster.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. Well, coincidentally, we are talking about budget next, so we could put it on number 10 and schedule $200,000 to make this happen.
Yeah, and I think that's Mr. Johnson's point. Like there's a large scope that we've done in terms of the grant opportunity. It would require a whole bunch more work to refine it to a smaller scope job as a plan B or smaller chunks. Am I getting that correct?
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Bornowski.
For council's comfort, the need to digitize these records is acknowledged in the DAP or DAPR recommendations, but it's also in phase 3 of our records and information management project. So it's in 2 critical documents that are guiding our steps moving forward. It is not going anywhere. It's an acknowledged, prioritized piece of work. If we're successful in this grant, it accelerates it. If we're not successful in this grant, the message is loud and clear. Bring back a recommendation on how to continue moving it forward with something that council can consider as a realistic process and cost.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Item 11.3, 2026-2030 financial plan, a report from our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Good evening, council, members of the public. This is my 412th sharing the screen. to council. Today, continuing the financial plan. Tonight's fairly brief for me. It's meant to be a high-level recap on the process so far, and then I'd like to flip it to council. There's a long list of resolutions in your report, which I will go over in this brief presentation. This is the budget schedule. It's March 10th tonight, which again, scheduled for this recap. Next week, March 17th, we'll start 3 meetings for the readings of the budget bylaw, with adoption scheduled for April 14th. And then right after that, April 21st is when we'll start the tax rate bylaw. Both of these bylaws are due to the province by May 15th. Excuse me. These are the 7 budget guidelines that were approved by council on November 12th, 2025, and refreshed for council at every budget meeting since. After that meeting in November, my focus and senior leadership team's focus with respect to budget was on following these guidelines. We've discussed these in much more detail at previous budget meetings. So anyone online that's watching, those meetings were on November 12th, February 20th, and March 3rd, if you're interested, on the city's YouTube channel. And so once again, resulting from those previous couple of detailed budget meetings, here's our preliminary shortfall for 2026. This is maintaining our level of service, except for the mainly building official and development engineering level of service, which council has already previously approved the addition of new positions there. So that's a large portion of that $1 million red number up top, but red is good, bad here, sorry, and green is good on this slide.
You.
So shortfall is just under 414,000. Last year, initial shortfall was 636,000. This one equates to a 4.03% tax increase. This is the impact of the budget on the average single-family home in Fernie. This includes property tax and the already adopted increases to water and sewer. So it's an additional just under $275 per year, or $22.91 per month. Last year, for reference, it was an additional 203. Again, this has everything in it, property tax, and then we had the fairly large water and sewer increases this year, which make up for a large portion of that annual increase. This number is just for the city portion of your property tax bill. We also collect for other jurisdictions. The only other jurisdiction that I've received the information for so far is the Regional District of East Kootenay, and they are looking at a 12.5% tax increase, noting that last year they were 2%, and that 12.5 amounts to just over $60 per year for the average residential home in Fernie. I'll continue to update council as I get the other ones, which is school board, School District 5, and then the regional hospital in Cranbrook, and then some other smaller ones are in there too. So an update for council on the engagement that we've done on this budget. Following the February 20th presentation of the operating and capital budgets, the city hosted 4 budget pop-up engagement sessions between February 24th and 27th at Save on Foods, the Aquatic Center, the library, and the arena. We shared information on the budget process and the proposed budget and provided an opportunity for discussion and input from residents. Staff also participated in the banter business beer session with the Fernie Chamber of Commerce at Polar Peak Books. These informal pop-up sessions replace the traditional evening budget open house. And again, were held at various locations and staggered times to provide more options for residents to connect with staff and council members. Just a reminder to council that this was the second round of engagement in the 2026 budget process. Staff collected public input in the fall to help shape the budget guidelines that were endorsed by council in November. This round was focused on education and providing opportunities for the public to learn, ask questions, and provide their thoughts. Similar to the in-person engagement, the complimentary online engagement opportunity was geared towards education on the budget process and the proposed draft budget. Between Feb 24th and March 8th, there were 276 page visits on the Let's Talk Budget page. 31 people downloaded the budget at a glance. The high-level overview document was also available and handed out at the in-person engagement sessions. The new budget allocation tool allowed participants to try allocating funds across 8 buckets that mirrored proposed spending in the 2026 budget. 22 people tried their hand at the new tool and or filled out the additional optional comment form. Out of the 8 buckets, transfers to reserves were the area most frequently identified by respondents as deserving increased funding compared to the draft budget. In contrast, administration, protective services, and community grants were the most commonly selected as the areas that should receive the minimum level of funding. It's a small sample size, but the most consistent theme from the written feedback was support for funding capital projects and critical infrastructure, including wastewater treatment upgrades, a new fire hall, and roadways, which matched a lot of the in-person feedback that we received as well. And then council has seen these options a few times already. These make up the first 8 resolutions in your report. And so I won't go through them individually because we're about to by way of those resolutions. There's a couple of new options for council to consider. One is the additional $100,000 to the streets reserve. I believe that's resolution number 9. This came from council's resolution at the February 20th meeting to see what an accelerated road replacement schedule would cost, which we went over last week. And so I wanted to just bring this back for council's consideration. Note the $100,000 is just a number I picked to equal just under 1% tax increase, but council can certainly choose any amount that they wish. Secondly, I was asked to bring back the impact of exploring increases to the 3 remaining community partners with which we have funding or with which we provide annual operating funding to. So that's the chamber for operating the Visitor Information Center, the Senior Center, and the Art Station. Every 1% increase in funding to those 3 partners would be just under $1,800 for the city. And I just need to point out with respect to the Visitor Information Center, in December, council just approved a 1-year extension of that agreement with the chamber. And that agreement did stipulate same level of funding for 2026. And then there was just another follow-up item from council last week about the level of audit engagement for the library and other community partners. And I may still be wrong about this because they may not include their cover page, but as far as I can tell, based on their submissions, none of them get a full audit engagement done. There's, I think one gets a review engagement and the other just get compilation or put together their financials themselves. So this stems from the question about the FTA funding and whether they could be required to get an audit, which they still could if that was a clause in our agreement with them. But just for context and what our other partners do. And then lastly, very recently, just this week, in fact, so this is not in your report, we had a change in our management structure in engineering and public works, which we expect will recognize savings of approximately $42,000 this year in 2026. This will be on the spreadsheet that I've showed council a couple of times. But council has the option to reduce the tax rate by that amount or put this money into something else like reserves. And so finally, a reminder for council, next week's council meeting following tonight's direction, I'll bring back the financial plan bylaw for initial readings. And I will stop sharing the slideshow. and share this spreadsheet. At the top here is the initial starting shortfall, which is our continued level of service. And then there's 10 options on this spreadsheet. So there's the arena plant, the parks, facilities, additional staff, and so on. And if they're all included, then the deficit then goes to 737,000, which would be 7.2% tax increase. But if I select no on any of these items, it'll adjust. So I can bring this up at any time if council wants to see the monetary impact on any of the resolutions that are upcoming. This one here, oops. This one here, because it's so recent, I don't have a resolution for that in your report. So we may have to discuss that with the corporate officer as we go along tonight. That's it for me. Happy to answer questions.
Questions, comments from council? Councilor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. Regardless of the outcome for the next 1 hour or 1.5 hours with all the resolutions, staff, just amazing job. In 2022, when we got elected, if someone were to ask me, like, what's your ideal financial planning process and budget process looks like, this would be coming close to what I had in mind. It took us some time, took us a little bit of struggle back and forth between the council and staff. I think we are in a really good spot here. Again, I'm sure there's a lot of hard work that has gone in the background. I'm not going to kid about that, but thanks for making this happen.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Councilor Hamilton.
Thank you. Just on that last item, the emergent item with the restructuring in engineering and public works, could we take that, I think it was $42,000 and keep that in the budget, but allocate it to our financial stability reserve? Is that a feasible option?
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Absolutely it is. And because it's so recent, that number is like still fairly draft too. So if it changed throughout the year, then I would contribute more or less to that reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. So that 1% increase for the member organizations for the 3 organizations is 1788. So is that per organization or is that for all 3 organizations?
Thanks, Councillor Nixon. That's for all 3. Current funding for this building is 27,000 and the art station gets just over 40. And then the rest goes to the chamber for the visitor information center. So they total about 170, which is, so I could split them out if required.
Would you?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Ramirez.
Just in terms of mechanics, how are we going here, Your Worship? We are going each resolution at a time?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Burdett.
Thank you. And I deliberately split them out because that was discussed a few meetings ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, to have
For sure. Understood. Okay, with that, I'll ask our corporate officer to read the first recommendation.
Staff recommendation is that council direct staff to include a 0.536% tax increase, which equates to $55,000, to establish a partnership agreement and core funding for the Fernie Trails Alliance.
A mover? Just to get it on the table, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconder. Councillor Nixon, discussion. Councillor Shoesmith.
There was some talk around, thanks, Mayor Milligan. Seeing some auditing or what have you, like to see a better report on their financials. Did anything come of that? Do we have any of that?
Just Mr. Burdett's comments about that could be a stipulation of any partnership agreement we were to sign with them.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shoesmith. At a bare minimum, I would have it the same as the rest, in which they would have to report to us annually, and then I would look at them. But I'm not, I don't have the proper license to assess whether they're correct, you know, so. But that's the same with the other 5 partners as well.
Fair. Counselor, oh, further?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor Milligan. Sorry to hog the mic, guys. Yeah, second question. Should we commit to that? How binding is that? That's just for this year, or does that lock us in? Like, is there the expectation that that becomes ongoing?
Again, that would be a negotiation presumably. Mr. Boranowski?
Thank you, Your Worship. That resolution would then include that number in the base budget. We would project that out moving forward each year, assuming a continuation of the service. We generally assume, unless there's a finite end date on a service, that it's going to continue. However, extending it really comes down to how we negotiate the partnering agreement to deliver the service on behalf of the city. We typically don't do those beyond either 3 or 5 years.
Thank you.
Counselor Ramadus?
Thanks, Your Worship. Great questions, Councillor. I had the similar questions as well. Where I stand with this, Your Worship, is first of all, the Fernie Trails Alliance provides a massive community value. There's lots of us who depend on, who recreate in the trails, and just myself as an example, I owe all my fitness to all the running that I do at the trails here in Fernie, and it couldn't have happened without tireless, countless hours of voluntary work that FTA folks put in. Like it's a massive attraction for the town, as well as it's a massive amenity for our citizens here. Where I stand with actually coming to a point where we can actually get to an agreement with this organization is we just need to be a little bit more careful about this, because while you can get into a partnership agreement, yes, it is 3 years or 5 years, it's not infinite time. Once done, you can't walk back from this. This is not like having a partnership agreement with the FDIC library or the chamber, right? This is a little different from those organizations. So my recommendation, Your Worship, is maybe we are not ready to pull the trigger on this year, but we should consider this in a future year where we have a better understanding of what partnership agreement should look like. Like, do we have a framework that says, hey, by the way, this is a new organization that wants to partner with us, and does it have the same level of, for lack of better term, utility as a library or a museum or a chamber of commerce? You just need to be really careful when we commit to something like this. And that's the second part, Your Worship, because we're talking about taxpayer funded agreement here. There is also a choice for our citizens to help the organization. It happens right now with FTA in terms of their yeah, you bet. Exactly. Thanks, Councillor. There's lots of opportunities for people to participate in funding, fundraising, things like that. And and FTA is an integral part of the community. And my struggle always here has been, what could FTA do, continue doing right now that couldn't be done, and why is taxpayer funding required today? I'm still not very clear on that question here.
Thank you. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to approach this sort of slightly different than Councillor Ramadas did, but not too far off in the similar vein. I don't think there is any question in the room by any of us about the value that this particular organization brings to the community. So I'm not going to suggest that it isn't anything that it is other than wonderful. The challenge that I have is the idea of entering into a partnership agreement for this. Historically, what we've seen is when we enter into these types of partnership agreements, whether well-meaning or not, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or whatever, it becomes an in perpetuity thing where should we decide at some point not to renew the contract, it becomes essentially a death sentence for that organization because it's become completely dependent upon a taxpayer money injection. This is not something that I would like to befall the FTA. I'd far rather that they were in a more rigorous structure and able to fundraise the sufficient amount of money that they need and all those types of things. Now, while I don't support the resolution as it is written, I'm reluctant to have the city sign on for a long-term relationship, yet another one. I do support funding them. So what I would like to see, I would far rather this type of request come back to us as something that is more structured through one of the other funding mechanisms that we have, like RMI, perhaps an agreement with Tourism Fernie where we help to support the funds that they're putting in. Those types of arrangements where they can be more dynamic, they can adjust to ongoing years as to when they have special projects and things like that, as opposed to marine. Right. Again, it's not a question of the quality of the organization or the work that they produce. It's much more a question about is the best solution here a long-term commitment of funding from the city to keep them going, or is there a better solution? So I would rather see an exploration of that topic rather than this particular resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Actually, Councillor McIsaac has articulated something that I wanted to raise as well. I do think that the FTA is a fantastic organization with great community volunteerism. I do feel that there should be an element of discussion of tourism dollars as well for funding for them, because we know that it attracts a great deal of tourist dollars to our community, the work that those folks do. So I feel Councillor McIsaac is on the right track there and articulating it much better than I am right now. So I do want to support them, but not in this type of fashion with a long-term partnering agreement at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. At the risk of putting another coat of paint on this consensus that seems to be coming around the table, where I am, well, I'm love the FTA as has already been said. You know, I owe my life in Fernie to the trails. Typical come for the winter, stay for the summers. And it was the summer trails that have kept me here for going on 20 years. But where I'm challenged in my role here as a manager of tax dollars is a lot of the work they do is either on private or crown land. So I'm really struggling as to how to reconcile the investment of taxpayer monies onto private land or crown land. I would love to see some sort of or continue the discussion of how the city can support ongoing funding, the notion of tourism. You know, we have talked at this table and at AKBLG and UBCM about how MRDT funds are allocated. You know, the trails are a critical piece of infrastructure for our community, but I'm not seeing them as a city managed or city maintained piece of infrastructure. So I would love to explore opportunities for allocating perhaps some of MRDT, some additional MRI to those ongoing operating expenses, because I do realize that a lot of the grants that are available to the, are, you know, build a trail. And just like other grant opportunities, it's capital and there's very limited opportunity for operating. So Yeah, at this stage, to enter into a long-term partnering funding agreement, I'm not comfortable with how it's been presented to us, but I don't want this to be a total blanket no from the city.
Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, there's no more need for any more paint on this wall. I agree with all the comments. You know, yeah, it's everybody loves trails. I'm just afraid that it becomes a core municipal responsibility, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to pass that on to councils, the future councils. So I'm in complete agreement with the rest of council here.
Thank you. Councillor Shoesmith.
What an amazingly well-painted building. I think I'm going to throw some neon at this thing. I'm of two minds about this. You know, if you go back 20 years, junior Councillor Shoesmith there, he would have thought the idea that you need trails to go into the forest was just a stupid city people kind of thing. And I think if you were to talk to a lot of Old Fernie, that they would generally agree. Their mind's eye of who would be using these trails would be somebody wealthy from Calgary with a $20,000 bike. And for many of them, they still envision that. And you think, okay, well, you know, why should some random coal miner or janitor pay their tax money to maintain a trail outside of the city's property boundaries for the benefit of people who have come here on a weekend? I mean, that's a tough sell for that guy. And, you know, there's been a long and fractious history, and I really have to hand it to the FTA. When they took over the management of the trails, they really cleaned that up. They brought a high level of professionalism to it. And they're doing a great job. And I will say that, you know, there's a backdrop here. One of these things isn't like the others. All these other things on the list, they're all, you know, services within the city of Fernie. The Trails Alliance, yeah, it goes outside our boundary. And that's significant because increasingly more and more groups and polities even have their eyes cast on controlling backcountry access. And, you know, having a group of people to push for backcountry access and to create that in the face of increasing developments and ecological concerns and all the varying people attempting to become gatekeepers, I think actually is a good service. And, you know, these trails, it's not just for a guy with a $20,000 bike. Lots of people, madmen like Harsh, jog on these things. I don't know why you would, but he does. I think Michael does as well. But, you know, my thinking's definitely evolved around this. And I think that the FTA is something that the city of Fernie should support for all those reasons. Although, as with the rest of all your happy colors of paint here, this may not be the best way. I am aware we're not the entirety of their budget, not even close. I would be happy to spend this money provided we were very careful with the wording of whatever agreement happened to come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fascinating to me because you come into all these things, you have to, you're duty bound as a councillor to come in with an open mind. And I wasn't sure where I was going with this one myself. I do think there's a larger, you know, reflecting all the way back to Councillor Ramadas's earlier comments, there's a larger conversation to be had here about how we support the trails more generally. And I don't think, like, I echo everybody's comments about the FTA and the work they do. There's no question. It's excellent. It's fantastic. But there are other sources of monies available, and there's potentially more parties we could bring to this conversation. I'm not sure, I apologize, I'm not sure who said it first about, maybe it was Councillor Nixon, about trail maintenance becoming a core function of the city. Despite the benefits that we see from this, I don't think that's where it should land. You know, traveling around the province and riding elsewhere, you often see that. You know, this trail maintained by the municipality of North Cowichan, for example. And yeah, that's probably not the best place for it to land ultimately. But, you know, as has already been said, there's a larger conversation to be had here about how we participate in this this relationship and support the trails in Fernie. And also reflecting on Councillor Hamilton's comments about where the trails are and who owns the land that they're on and the potential for loss of investment in terms of loss of access is a very real thing. And although I will also say this in the Trails Alliance is incredibly diligent in terms of their land use agreements and and adhering to those agreements. So I take absolutely nothing away from that organization in terms of this conversation. Yeah, so I tend to agree that maybe this isn't the right moment to enter into this. So Councillor Artie Kelly and then Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, I saw your hand first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I did want to refer back to Councillor Hamilton's point, because that was one of the things that I really struggled with as well, like in saying, Your Worship, come with an open mind. And this has been on my mind since the presentation that we got from the Trails Alliance, which was excellent. And I've really struggled with this one. So if we are to not support it in this fashion, can we somehow build in so that we keep this conversation going so that we are moving forward to other ways to fund? And we're not just saying like no tonight, for example, and then losing it. Like, do we need
Yeah,
a resolution for that, Your
I would
Worship?
look to staff. Mr. Bornowski, Mr. Burdett, do you think there's a requirement for that or?
I'm thinking your worship, for council, the resolutions that you've got in writing in front of you and those we're considering are pretty specific to directing staff to prepare the budget bylaw. So my consideration would be this, or a request for clarification from council would be this. As council, do you want to set aside some portion of funds in 2026 and direct staff to develop a proposal for an agreement? Or do you want to not set aside the funds for 2026, but also then direct staff to make it a deliberate project to develop a proposal that includes the partners as you discussed and brings forward those considerations? And if that is the case, then I would propose, let's hold that separate resolution on direction to staff to outside these resolutions on the budget and financial plan. So you can discuss the budget options here. And then once that's done and we've got direction on the financial plan bylaw, a separate resolution or 2 or 10 or however many you come up with by the end of the night, directing staff specifically on things to do to continue to advance these and other discussions is probably more appropriate. Does that sound good, corporate officer, deputy corporate officer?
Yeah, and from my perspective, that the latter as you've proposed in terms of work our way through this and then either tonight or at our next meeting when the financial plan bylaw comes forward, we revisit those other items. But that's just a thought in terms of timing. Councillor McIsaac, I'm sorry, did you have your hand up?
Thanks, Your Worship. You actually said one of the things that I was going to say and covered it off. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Shoesmith is in favor, and all those opposed? It's everyone else. Thank you. Resolution number 2, when you're ready.
Resolution number 2 is that council directs staff to include a 0.155% tax increase equating to $15,911 for the Fernie Heritage Library, 6% increase to the annual operating funding.
Councillor Ramirez, are you moving? Okay. Moved by Councillor Ramirez, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Discussion. Councillor Shoesmith.
You know, it's an amazing amenity, and I hope that in the coming years, my daughters can make lots of use of it. I think it's a genuinely well-run and very positive thing for the town.
Thank you. I reflect on a presentation that we received at UBCM about the dire situation of provincially funded libraries and how their funding has been held for 9 years, and how consequently they're falling behind. At the same time, the services they deliver to the community have expanded exponentially, and so I'm very much in support of supporting our local library. Councillor Oddie Kelly.
Just to add some more paint, I've been to UBCM twice, and there have been several resolutions for libraries that UBCM continually puts forward to the province, and also in discussions with our head librarian, the reporting requirements that the province has imposed on the libraries have also become so onerous. Like, honestly, I think that the size of this ask is not very big at all. And to me, it's a testament to the excellent management that the library does.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you to Councillor Oddie Kelly's comments about and yours, your worship, about all the presentations at UBCM about the dire situation of libraries. The other component here is that if the library as an organization ceases to exist, the city must take it on in its entirety. So to support a rather small increase in their budget now is a significantly better option than taking over the whole budget.
Agreed. With that, all those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
The third recommendation is that council directs staff to include a 0.127% tax increase equating to $13,000 for the Fernie and District Historical Society increase to the annual operating funding.
Moved by Councillor Oddie Kelly, seconded by Councillor McIsaac. Discussion. Yeah, all I would say is, I'm a huge supporter of the museum. I think the museum's a wonderful institution, and it very early on, and in interest of full disclosure, I was on the board of the Fernie District Historical Society at one point, and more often than I can count, people said having a viable museum was one of the things that attracted them to this town. Like, it was a great stopping point, and the fact that it was thriving was a very important attractant tonight. And let's not put too fine a point on it. The preservation and custodial care of our heritage is vitally important to any community. So I'm quite in support of this. Councillor Shoesmith and Councillor Oddie Kelly.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. I'll be brief this time. I'll try anyway. Fernie's a fairly young town, and yet it already has a very rich and interesting history. And one of the things I think that sets us apart from a lot of other destinations is actually our sense of roots and culture. And as one of the threads hanging on to that, the museum, I think, does an excellent job.
Thank you. Councillor Oddie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. I too should disclose that I at one time was a member of the board of the museum. I also a generational Fernie family, and the roots and culture of our town are vitally important. And I'd also would like to say that the museum has been such a good custodian of the physical building. They have gotten grants and financial improvements made to the building as well. So the Historical Society has been a really good custodian of that building, and I think we should highlight that. They're taking very, very, very good care of a taxpayer asset. And I think, again, they have not asked for a lot, and they bring so much to the community. And cultural tourism is also something that is on the rise. Not everybody has like $20,000 bikes and can manage riding on those trails, but some of us have Amazon bikes that are electrified and can. But cultural tourism is also a huge attraction. So I think that they're very deserving of this.
Thank you. And just to Councillor Schuzma's point, that roots and culture, I don't know how many times at in various forums I've proselytized about the authenticity of the community, and that part of its authenticity is that we hold very tightly to our roots and culture. So yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Ramadus and then Councillor Hamilton.
I hope some of that $13,000 goes into keeping up with their Instagram handle there, Your Worship. Really cool pictures that they throw in there. In fact, one of the things that, I know this is not a per se budget discussion, Your Worship, but just want to bring this up. When we talk about historical importance and things like that, we tend to think about, the mining heritage, the 100+ years of folks living here. They're all absolutely true. But some of the times when I see those Instagram posts from the museum, it's the near history. Mm-hmm. It's just the things that happened in the 2000s, for example. And having those documents and pictures of how downtown looked, some little building that was renovated in 2008, for example, how that looked, that's super important too, because sometimes the near history is what you forget. And it's pretty cool to see those historical anecdotes, which is not necessarily 100+ years old, but also 20+ years old or 10+ years old.
So true.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Just as I was going through a bunch of the past reports from the Historical Society, the one thing that did strike me as well is how much visitor information services they're delivering without any budget allocation for it. And so while I know it's not necessarily germane to this specific budget item, I would like to see that come back before council at some point in the near future. Part of their partnering agreement, part of I don't know where exactly that bucket of money is coming from, but I think given all that they do in our community, $13,000 in a bit is a pretty good ROI for our community.
Thank you. Mr. Barnowski.
Just confirming for council, their agreement has to come back before council around June, as it was only extended temporarily to allow council to consider this matter.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Resolution number 4 is that council directs staff to include a 0.585% tax increase equating to $60,000 to the Fernie Chamber of Commerce for 3 years for core economic development funding.
Mover, Councillor Hamilton. Seconder, Councillor McIsaac. Discussion. Councillor Hamilton.
This is another one of those partnering agreements that I'm a little bit cautious of because it doesn't have a timeline attached to it per se. I know there is a grant that's been applied for $60,000 that the grant is for 3 years. But what does the long-term outlook for this money look like?
Thank you. The resolution does actually contain the 3-year time frame. Yeah. Sorry, who's next? Councillor Adia Kelly.
Thanks, George. I actually
just wanted to point out that it did say 3 years.
Okay.
Was a little confused about the grant as well, Councillor Hamilton. So was that in addition to, like, could you just refresh us on that one, CAO? And also, if I may, before CFO, can you put the spreadsheet back up and fill in the yeses and nos as we go along, if you wouldn't mind?
Oh, that's a great idea.
My understanding is the 3-year grant, Council, was an opportunity to fund the majority of the work being proposed for economic development under this funding envelope. So if successful, that would represent this funding. This budget is essentially the contingency, if not successful, for that grant. And would, of course, because council would drive the restrictions and requirements, have different restrictions and requirements than the grant because it's driven by a different funder. So there'd be some additional flexibility or consideration for council.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. My comments on this are that this is a different animal than the discussion with the FTA. This is a request for a 3-year investment in economic development in the community and not for a long-term partnership agreement. We sorely need to make investment in economic development in the community. It has been woefully lacking. It's been tried many times over the years, but I think a commitment to economic development. For example, one of the things that I feel good economic development data might reveal is the value in investing in the trails and what other opportunities might be available in order to provide the funding to support the infrastructure that's needed, et cetera, et cetera. That's the type of work that actually economic development can do. I see this ask as a very different ask than a partnership agreement, which is support us with ongoing funding. This is make an investment in a potential series of solutions which actually can increase the economic benefits coming back to the community at large. So this, I feel, is a very different ask. And as such, I think it's a good and necessary, frankly, investment that somebody has to do at some point. So I'm supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Ramanathan.
Thanks, Your Worship. I agree with what Councillor McIsaac is saying in that this is not a partnership agreement that we are looking at. And I do support inward investment into the community. And every budget season, we are in the same boat where, you know, our tax base is not big enough. We are forced to increase our taxes. And guess what? It just affects the single family residents the most because we don't have a viable industrial commercial base, unlike some of our neighboring communities. I really get that. Like it's almost like, you know, it's very obvious that we need this. Where I am having trouble, Your Worship, is again in terms of metrics-driven decisions here, right? When I think about an alternative way of looking at it, I know if I hire 2.5 building officials here, my permitting process gets better and I can have development come into town like this. And in fact, our financial plan for this year is a testament of the effect of non-market changes that we are seeing. So where I'm getting with this, Your Worship, is just this trade-off. Like, if I do this, what is it coming at the cost of? Like, if I'm spending $60,000 on investment development with the chamber, could I put that same $60,000 in planning department and get a better bang for the buck? Again, I just don't know. Like, I'm sitting here unable to understand like what my trade-offs are here. If that makes sense.
Yeah, fair. Councillor Shoesmith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Thanks for that comment, Councillor Harsh. I was going to mention the same. So I view this as a bet. We might be lighting this money on fire. However, we might also get a return on investment. So I think you mentioned, you know, what's the return on investment, putting that money into planning and building officials and what have you. There's a tangible investment or a tangible ROI for the taxpayer. If this Acon Dev officer brings us 2 new businesses, even 1 new business over time that we didn't have before, that will have, through tax dollars, paid for itself out into the future. I mean, it would obviously need to be something new that didn't exist before. It wouldn't be another, you know, name a coffee shop or something. I mean, not to throw them under the bus, we have the best, but we do. We do. I view it as a cheap bet with a fairly large ROI. I mean, knowing what you wind up paying, like economic development to me, that's business. You're bringing in jobs that aren't here now. And, you know, you look at what those pay in property tax, like a house pays thousands of dollars, a business pays tens of thousands of dollars. Here we're gambling, say, it's not the right word, but we're saying we're going to put up $60,000 possibly for 3 years. If that brings us 2 new businesses, I would consider that a very good investment over that span of time. So I'm willing to take the shot on this one. However, I would add with the caveat that should this come back to us in 3 years or the next people in these seats with an ask for a continuation, there should be some metric. There should be something they can point to that has improved the economy of this valley.
Mr. Bornowski, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Only because it's been discussed by a number of councillors, and I don't think that because of the nature of the reports, it's really detailed in the reports. For the public's clarity, council knows this, I know, a partnering agreement is the legal tool we use to provide a service through a third party. And so what we're talking about is providing the economic development service, and it would be through a partnering agreement is just how we would establish that service area. And so I would say that's the same for all of these. Providing library services to the community, slightly unique because of the Library Act, but in terms of providing facility management and museum and historical services, we deliver that as a service to the community because council wants to through a partnering agreement. Just a bit of clarity on why we keep using that language in the nuts and bolts, because it can feel like a number of different things.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you. To argue against my earlier comments, I am also very much in support of this. Because as Councillor McIsaac mentioned and Councillor Shoesmith, you know, this is an investment in the sustainability and the future of our community. Building permits, housing development, that's economic development in that it brings some dollars into our town. But we don't want to end up just a community that is homes. We want to build a community that has businesses, that offers opportunities for youth, that continues the authentic nature of our town that we rely on for tourism, for attracting everybody. If we just build houses, as far as economic development goes, we end up like Whistler, which nothing against Whistler, but we don't want to end up like Whistler. So you know, I'm also very much in support of this. And again, without having a partner like the chamber to kind of manage and do this, we would need to do this in-house ourselves if we were serious about this. So that's going to cost a lot more than this to hire somebody.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. I came into this meeting thinking I would oppose this, but I think my colleagues have convinced me to vote for it. I'm still skeptical, Your Worship. I wouldn't say I'm fully convinced, but I'm less skeptical than I was before. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. And actually, Councillor Hamilton, I was going to raise that because when this first came before us, I did ask our CAO what would an economic development officer receive for pay if we did this in-house? And I believe, and CAO might want to correct me, but with a compensation package with benefits, it would, I think, be a double at minimum. I think the chamber is well positioned to do this kind of work. I think that 3 years is reasonable because they have to start, right? And when you're starting a new business or starting a new venture, there is some ground time that you need, right? So I think when we ask them for metrics, I would like to have the metrics. I mean, this is maybe for a future council, but I think it should encompass the 3-year span. Like, I don't think we should say, oh, year 1, you didn't attract 5 new businesses. Like, no, right? I think we need to give it that time. And I do think it is an investment in the community. And I think it's being driven by business people. Imagine that. Business people attracting business, I think, makes sense to me.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yep, I came into this thinking that I wasn't going to support it because I think it's a bit of a gamble, as Councillor Shoesmith said. But then I listened to the other people at the table, and it is an investment in our community. I hope that it pays off. I really do. I really do. And it's going to be, I want to see the metrics. I want to see the measurements. I want to see all that kind of stuff as well in a few years.
Agreed.
So thank you.
Mr. Bornowski, just for clarity, because it's been mentioned and just so that folks listening understand, there was a grant application made by the chamber that we supported, or did we make it on behalf of the chamber? I can't really recall.
The city submitted the grant application. Yep.
And that will, or could potentially provide the same $60,000 for 3 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted folks to be clear on that. And yeah, Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. This might be a little bit of semantics, but I just want to clarify once again. I slightly differ from what Councillor Adia Kelly was saying in terms of metrics. I understand where you came from, Councillor, saying that give it some time, 3 years, let's see the results. I get that, but I think we still need to be really clear on what success looks like right from the year 1. 3 years is a long time, and this is taxpayers' dollars. We need to have clear return on investment, and I don't think it is that hard either. To Councillor Shoesmith's point here, if I have 2 big businesses coming into town, and if that couldn't have happened without this particular program, then that's a win in my mind, right? So I don't think the measurement is that difficult, is what I'm trying to say here.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Just one last comment again, arguing against my very first comment about the long-term nature of this. Is it's very likely that 3 years, we might not see a great ROI. This is something that is probably going to take 5 to 10 years before we actually gain enough traction, both in the marketplace and in building the capacity within our community to attract those businesses. You know, it's one thing to attract a new coffee shop, but is that what we want to attract? Do we want to bring in 3, 4, 5 new coffee shops, or, you know, blue skying it? Do we want to establish an outpost for, I don't know, Anthropic or some other large organization? Because those are 2 totally different buyers and investors in the community.
Thank you. Councillor Adia Kelly and Councillor Ramirez.
Yeah, I think too that we need to recognize some of the infrastructure constraints that we have. So, and also some of the land base constraints that we have. So I think we have, yes, we do need to have metrics, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have metrics. I'm saying that I believe it's going to take at least 3 years.
Yeah, and it may be that this economic development position is advising the city on some changes we need to make in terms of our land, our own land. Councillor Ramirez.
Sorry, Councillor, I can spend that same money to get another building official. It's this clear improvement right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just need to figure out the trade-off here. And I don't think we should give 3 years and say, oh, all these things take a lot of time, and we need to be clear on what the success looks like right from the word go. Secondly, Your Worship, going back to Councillor Hamilton's point here, again, I might be veering into semantics here, maybe not relevant to the budget discussion itself. What kind of businesses come to town is probably least of our concerns. In fact, the market should decide like what kind of businesses should be attracted here. If I were to guess, the core competency in this in these communities is in the natural resources sector. So maybe if it's not Anthropic, maybe if it's SMS or, you know, Fabright building its shop on Railway Avenue, who knows, right? I don't want to put any restrictions on as to the nature of business that needs to come in. It's for market to decide.
Thank you. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Oh, that is unanimous. Thank you.
Staff recommendation number 5 is that council directs staff to include a 0.503% tax increase equating to $51,600 to commit 25% of new non-market change and mine tax revenues to reserves.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton. McIsaac, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, sorry. You look so similar. Discussion. Councillor Ravenous.
Thanks, Your Worship. There is a 9th resolution that actually speaks directly to putting money into the road reserve, the streets reserve, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6, sorry.
Next one right after this.
Right after this. What are we trying to get here? General reserves is what we are looking at here.
I believe so. Or I'm not sure which reserve it was earmarked for, or.
Yeah, I purposely didn't define one, but we do have the general capital, which is where this would probably go to help, you know, top off larger projects funded from the streets reserves or whatever makes sense to spend that general reserve on. But just in general for capital projects.
You're pointing your finger. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Audie Kelly, then Councillor McIsaac. And then Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Next.
If I recall correctly, when this line item came before us, it was, well, it says right there, reserve funding policy. So, you know, I'm certainly in support of establishing the policy of putting 25% of our mine sharing agreements and non-market change increases. Sorry, I think I misspoke there. Mine sharing, revenue sharing increases and non-market change increases into whatever reserve the CFO deems necessary. The one thing that I don't feel I got a sufficient answer for in the previous budget discussions was what the fluctuation of 25 or 20 or 30 as a policy number actually is going to do long term. So I know we're not going to get a response on that right here. I would like us to commit that 25% of increases to reserves for the future, and additional direction to, I think Mr. Bird had said it took him 2 years to build the spreadsheet for water and sewer, and, you know, commit to getting us to there so that we can have a better sense in the future what a 30% might look like, or 35 or 10, 15 if that's sufficient.
Thank you. Councillor Audie Kelly.
If I may, Your Worship, CFO looks like he might have a response.
Just in response to Councillor Hamilton, my attempt to answer that last week was that other spreadsheet I had that projected reserve contributions that, you know, one of the scenarios ended up with $100 million. So yeah, I didn't answer it in terms of 25 and 30, but that was my attempt to answer that question, but.
And I certainly appreciate that effort, the work that went into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Hamilton actually covered a lot of the questions I had too, but I just wanted to clarify, are we putting away or are we suggesting we commit 25% so of new non-market change, and mine tax revenue in general, or just the increase of the mine tax revenue?
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. Just the increase of mine tax revenue, and then non-market change by definition is new construction in the area.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad that question got asked because that's where I was going to with this particular resolution. When this was discussed previously, it was my understanding that what we were trying to look at was capping the amount of mine tax sharing funds that were coming into the budget at a number like 3 million, and all increases above and beyond that would move into reserves. So the goal at the time, is at least in my own mind when we were having that discussion, was to stop increasing our tax dependency on the mine tax sharing money that's coming in, and instead say, okay, we can't obviously absorb a 45% tax increases, which is what it would take to replace that should it disappear. But we certainly shouldn't be increasing our dependency by continuing to add increases into the operating budget. So if we cap the amount that we're spending and take the monies that go above that as that fund grows and use that to grow the reserves. So in this case, it wouldn't be a case of 25% of additional mine tax sharing. It would be the mine tax sharing amount beyond the cap, whatever we establish that to be. I think the discussion was floating around 3 million or something like that. So that's where I was hoping we would go in this resolution, because that resolves two things. One, it puts more money into reserves, which we desperately need. We've been looking at that chart, which shows, and even this year, it looks like we're still spending more reserves than we're putting in. So this is a dead end path. If we keep doing that, at some point we will not have reserves, and then we will have to tax for the money that we're currently taking out of reserves. That is going to be troubling for our community. So rather than continuing to spend that additional money on the mine tax sharing as it's our sole industrial tax base, and I think using some of that to offset property taxes is good. Using the remaining to continue to flesh out our reserves to ensure that we have good long-term, the 50 and 100-year view of our community is also very good. So perhaps that's not what everybody else understood, but that's what I understood we were talking. And if that's not what everybody else understood, I'd like you to consider it and discuss it as that being what the resolution is.
Well, my immediate reaction is, were we to pick a cap, we would need Mr. Burdett to tell us if we're cutting it off at 3 million, if that's the cap, what is the shortfall that we need to make up, and where does that hit us? And it feels like there's a pretty intensive exercise to do that. Mr. Burdett?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. The amount coming from that agreement this year is just over 3.6 million.
Right.
So if you capped it at 3, you would need to make up 600, which is just under 6%.
Just under 6%.
Yeah.
And that doesn't feel like something I'm comfortable doing on the fly, quite frankly. Like, I think that's something that needs, if we were to go that direction, and I'm not disagreeing, because at some point there's the potential that entire thing disappears. But that we phase that in such that it doesn't hit, put us up to 12% this year, for example. But that's my initial response. Councillor Nixon, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, that was kind of my understanding as well, but I saw that this was a good compromise. And I am all in favor for putting more money into reserves. Imagine 20 or 30 years ago, if they would have done this, we would have less problems than we have now. Now imagine 20 or 30 years in the future, and we have done this and we've stuck to it, this councils and councils after us, then guess what? We're going to protect the future as well. This is generational thinking, right? So
Yeah.
we have to do this. And I'm in agreement. I like the idea of the cap, but I think that, an extra 6% on top of this budget would be very hard to take. So if somebody was to go and say $3.4 million for a cap, that would be cool too. But I'm happy with this compromise for this year for sure.
Yeah. Councillor Schootsmith?
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. I liked the recommendation as written. I feel it's a good compromise, as Councillor Nixon said. And as much to the people listening as well as to the rest of this table, the city of Fernie, we depend largely on mining, and then we also have some tourism in the form of a resort that's outside of the town and our trails and such. All those things that we depend on fluctuate wildly. It's been a very long time since we've had a bust in the mines. I was around for a minor little hiccup, and I've definitely heard the stories about the large busts. But should that money go away on us, which it could someday, we would overnight see roughly, by my loosey-goosey math, correct me if I'm wrong here, something like 10% of our taxes, like we just have to make that up. At the same time as all of those workers would be in a bad spot. And I mean, on top of that, we've got an enormous pile of assets, buildings and such, that are really liabilities that come with cost. And the deficit there is huge, and we're trying to bridge that. So I think that limiting the damage, should that happen by capping this year as written in that recommendation, I think is the least we can do. Because the day will come when one or both of our primary driving industries will have a big hiccup. And that'll show up in our municipal budgets. And we won't see a reduction in expenses at that time either, because we'll still have to keep the lights on and the pumps running. So, I'm not arguing for pristine reserves here, far from it. I'm just trying to get us into a less bad spot should we face some economic headwinds.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. To kind of find a further compromise, what would be involved if we were to, rather than the $3 million that was floated earlier, we just cap it today, and that any future mine revenue sharing tax increases, we set a policy that goes to reserves, and we simply operate on what it is at today in 2026.
Yeah, I think that whole conversation though requires a fairly robust reserve policy that we're all agreed on and understand. I'm hesitant to do that on the fly. I'd rather sit down and look at a draft policy that tells us what the implications of that are. Councillor Eddie Kelly?
I agree with you, Your Worship. And just to clarify, Councillor Hamilton, did you mean take this year's amount and use that as next year's cap?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. And if CAO would be so kind as to refresh all of us on when this mine tax sharing agreement ends and when it is open for renegotiation.
The agreement itself doesn't specify when renegotiation starts. This agreement does expire in 32.
32. So I think, Mayor Milligan, I think you're right, Your Worship. I think where you're going is that it does require some consideration, because if we were to have to replace this in the in its entirety, what would we be looking at again, CFO, for tax? Was it 45%?
About 35.
About 35%. So
Ka-ching.
ka-ching.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we do need to be more careful and plan.
And mindful of that.
Yeah,
I think
really
you're
mindful of
exactly right.
that. And I do see where Councillor McIsaac's going, and I don't disagree that had we have put away all that money for all these years, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Councillor McIsaac and then Councillor Ramos.
Thank you, Worship. I apologize, this is not meant as admonishment, but we had this exact conversation last year. The exact one. Why don't we just cap it at last year's amount and move on? We already had that discussion and so on, and then here we are this year. No, now that's gone up, let's pick a new cap. The whole idea of a cap is it doesn't keep going up. That's literally part of the definition. So at some point, we need to do that. At some point, we need to say, we're going to only take this amount of the industrial tax towards the spending and use some of that increasing value to manage for the future. As you know, Councillor Shoesmith pointed out, there are no guarantees with that. When you have one single industrial supplier of industrial taxes, if they have a hiccup, we get pneumonia, right? Like that 35% tax increase will be stunning in this community. And we can go along as we are now, just assuming that that's all going to be okay, and we'll take a nickel here and a nickel there and put it away, or we bite the bullet. Now, I'm not arguing for a 6% increase. Certainly not going to do that. The large increase is what we're actually trying to avoid. That's the goal, is having, if over the last couple of decades, we had, instead of trying to fight for 2% and 2.5% and pretending we were doing everyone a favor, if we instead had been doing 3% and 4% and 5% and putting those money in reserves, our current infrastructure problems would look a lot better. The future would look a lot brighter. Pretending to keep taxes low helps nobody. That's a campaign point. It's not a way to run a community. So what we need to do is at some point create a policy around that so that it can be handed the next council that comes in here. Those people, a bunch of those people sitting on this table are going to inherit that decision. And at some point in time in the future, they may want to change it, but at least we're passing on a mindful approach to the future and reserves. So if someone wants to remind me what the mine tax amount from 2025 was, I would be happy to accept that as the cap.
So I can't disagree with anything you've just said, except to say.
No, you can't.
Except to say that regardless of the discussions at this table, I have yet to see a report that tells me the implications of what a cap looks like at any juncture. Like, I don't know if that's a failing on our instruction to staff, or that's a failing at this table in terms of our conversation. But I would need to see that before I make any decision on a cap. Like, what are the implications of this today, tomorrow, in the future? To your point, at some point, yes, we're going to have to bite the bullet and stop artificially, potentially stop artificially suppressing taxes by using only that as a prop. But I want to know what that looks like. I can't make a decision based on what it was last year versus this year without some supporting information that provides me a basis to make that decision on. Councillor Ramos and then Councillor Hamilton. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with the need for a report before we make a decision. The other point to flag, in this discussion about if the mines have a crash, we're sitting here talking about the worry about a 35% tax increase. That's our share. If the mines aren't paying taxes, school boards, hospital boards, the province, nobody's getting money. So it's going to be significantly more than 35%.
Councillor Shoesmith and Councillor Ali Kelly.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan, for all that. The recommendation as written, I think, is a fairly conservative and moderate and reasonable way forward.
Thank you. Councillor Ali Kelly.
Agree with Councillor Shoesmith on that comment, and motion to continue the meeting past 10, Your Worship?
Yeah, we'll have to deal with this motion that's on the table first, but with that, that's a good reminder. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor McIsaac and Councillor Ramnes are opposed. Everyone else was in favor. Yeah.
Rewind. Okay, my turn now. If I may, Your Worship and Council, while I recognise we are deep in thought, we do need a resolution to extend past 10 p.m. And I would like to propose cancelling the in-camera portion of this meeting and deferring the items on the agenda to the March 17 meeting.
I'm content to do that. I've been looking at the presenter and it looks like she's also content to do that. Okay, so the first motion is
To extend past 10 p.m.
mover, Councillor McIsaac, seconded by Councillor Artie Kelly. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. And the second motion?
To cancel the in-camera portion of this meeting and defer it to the next agenda on March the 17th.
Mover, Councillor Artie Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is also unanimous. Thank you. We're ready to go.
Okay. Staff recommendation number 6 is that council directs staff to include a 0.975% tax increase equating to $100,000 to increase contributions to the streets reserves.
Moved by Councillor Ramadas, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Discussion. Councillor Schussman.
Let me tell you, about a year ago, almost exactly, I hurt my back and I was in a stretcher and they had to drive me across town in the ambulance. And I felt every pothole in town, all of them. I think that this is a good place for our money.
I suspect they were doing that on purpose, Councillor Schussman.
I did have it coming.
Councillor Ramadas.
Thanks, Your Worship. A little bit of a technical question here. I believe it came about from one of our asks around IICP and, if we went aggressive from our baseline estimate, like what's the impact going to be on our taxes? Is that where this came from?
Thanks, Councillor Ramadas. Yes, it also gets us to the recommended level as per that 2018 AMIP report, the Asset Management Investment Plan. I didn't say that earlier, but that's where the 100,000 originally came from too. So I wouldn't even classify it as aggressive. I would classify it as minimum baseline from 8 years ago. Yeah.
Further?
What will this buy us in 2026 CFO in terms of our capital plan? Like, I know we have the water main on 16th Street as one project. Like if we were to ask this and we had $100,000 more in, so you're just going to have some better fiscal management with better reserves and not necessarily an actual project, shovel-ready project in 2026?
Yeah, I wouldn't say an actual project this year. Last week I had a spreadsheet. At that current level of 1.1, it would take us 20 years to get through our priority 3 and 4 roadways, and then increasing this by 100,000 over the next 20 years, cut that down to 18 years, I believe it was. So that's where you would see it is 2 years faster on those priority 3 and 4 roadways. So nothing immediate this year, just more saving and more interest.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. Well, while we're telling anecdotal stories, I just wanted to harken back in my very first term with Dave Cockwell was the Director of Operations at the time. I remember he took all of council to road school one day and we spent a couple hours while he mapped out what it cost to fix a pothole in a road and replace a road and so on, and what happened over time should you not make that investment. And there's this hockey stick curve of costs when you don't keep up the road work. Not doing the investment actually ends up costing us a lot more money in the long run. The sooner we get to it, the cheaper it is, the less there is to repair, all those things. And while we don't have unlimited money to be able to just go and fix all of it, that would be lovely. This is a resource management job. But this is a really good place to invest. This has very positive impacts on everyone in the community's life. And actually investing more money, it does save money in the long run. So.
Councillor Audie Kelly and then Councillor Reminis.
Just for context, CFO, you said that this was bringing us to the 2018 baseline. If we were to translate that into today, what should that number look like in an ideal world?
This is memory from last week, but I think it was 1.536 million.
Yeah.
It's just that accounts for the 32% increase in material costs. Actually, 32% since 2021. So it's probably even more than that. But the last time the material costs were updated was for the IICP in 2021, and then just again this past year. And so that's where the 32% comes from. And then I applied that to that 1.8 from 2018. So it's probably more than 32%, but 32% is the most recent data we have in that time span.
So this money is bringing us to the 1.1.
1.2.
1.2, and we'd be should be looking at 1.536, so another 336K really. So this is a pretty conservative saving.
Yeah,
Like it's pretty conservative.
1.2 not adjusted for inflation.
1.2, yeah. So another 3% of tax, right? Really. Okay.
Mr. Boranowski.
With that, just to be clear, that's where that number comes from for this consideration. We will be coming back recommending increasing investment to meet minimum recommended levels again and again. So we'll also continue to be a bit of a broken record there, just so that in our opinion, it makes sense to save for this infrastructure renewal.
Councillor Reminis.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I might be repeating myself here. If we have this kind of reserve now, could we anticipate in, say, 2027, for example, to go after some of those hard, really difficult ones with shallow utilities type projects? Or am I asking for too much?
Councillor Mayor through to Councillor Reminis. I think what we're going to do this year is based on the funding levels to the reserves. We'll take that and project it over the next 5 years with those IICP projects and prepare for you a list of the years that we see those projects being delivered. Now that we have a better sense of the utility funds that will be available over the years and the trend in the transportation reserves, it'll be a lot easier to scope out specific projects. So we don't at this time have any intention of a specific project in 2027, one of those high priority projects for sure.
Further?
So it's a maybe is what I'm hearing.
If I may, Your Worship, I hope you're hearing that based on what we now know we're funding to reserves, we can look at that list of high priority projects, look at what our reserve balance is and our spending capacity then is, and then plot those out in time and come back to you to tell you what those will be over the coming
So
years.
this would allow us to make a comprehensive plan. Yeah. Thank you, Director Word. Anything else? With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Staff recommendation number 7 is that council. Sorry, let me say that again. That council directs staff to include a 0.097% tax increase, equating to $10,000 for the arena assessment on reducing noise and or vibration.
Mover, Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor McIsaac. Discussion? Well, I can kick this off because I've probably had the most intimate conversations with the affected residents. And out of an abundance of sympathy with them, I still don't have a clear picture of what we have done with the supplier, the manufacturer of that piece of equipment to have they proposed any mitigations, or have we actually run that to ground in terms of our relationship with the supplier?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, originally, a few years back, we looked into this issue and did some decibel readings around the plant. And at that time, I'd reached out to StarTech, who is the supplier of the remote refrigeration plant. And because it's uniquely the first of its kind, more or less, they hadn't experienced the issue before, and they didn't have any solutions that were off the shelf, so to speak. I'm of the understanding that anything would have to be an engineered solution. And that's about as far as we got, as far as pursuing options with the supplier of the plant.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councilor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I faint recollection, we discussed this before, but in the process of assessment, is one of the things that's being considered, or has it been ruled out, actually moving it to the other side of the building?
Would that be part of the assessment here, or one of the options?
Thank you for the question. To be blunt, it would be an enormous cost.
Would it? Yeah.
It would be millions of dollars, probably.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Yeah, I was doing some work on that street early term, and those people reached out to me as well as to you. And I'd really hoped we could find a solution faster than this. I really feel bad that, you know, for all this time, they've been dealing with that sound. Having stood over there, it's uncomfortable. And I just, my apologies that we've been unable to work on this any faster.
Thank you. Councilor Artie Kelly.
I just wanted to be really clear on what the 10,000 to get an engineered solution, Director Logan? Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Baranowski.
CAO.
No, that's okay. $10,000 was our estimate to bring someone in to look at potential solutions and then recommend what solution to go after. Then we're going to need to design it, cost it, and then fund it.
So it's like consultation, basically. Okay, thank you.
Assessment, yeah. Anything else? With that, all those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Staff recommendation number 8 is that council directs staff to include a 0.195% tax increase, equating to $20,000 to increase one seasonal staff to full-time in parks, recreation and facilities to meet increased service level expectations for the department.
Mover, Councilor Hamilton, seconded by Councilor McIsaac. Discussion. Councilor Ramírez.
Apologies, Your Worship, I was not here for the deep dive, so maybe staff has answered this question already, but what are we getting out of this again? What service level?
Thanks for the question. I also wasn't here to answer this question. So it was actually Manager Hill who fielded the first original question. So just to, I did watch her response and it was in line with what I would have said. To elaborate a bit more on what it's getting, I guess. Typically, we would hire 4 seasonal staff starting about now until September. It helps bridge the gap between that time where we're doubled up in our work when we still have the arena open in our post-season, and also on the flip side when it's preseason. Our limited staff is double duty essentially. So with an increase in events, increase in our safety awareness and all those things that come with the growth of the city. We're asking for an additional seasonal resource that would complement our staff, and very specifically,
The plan for this year is to create a seasonal position that would assist our 2 journeymen in the facility maintenance side of things. Oftentimes, depending on the amount of service requests we get or the capital projects that we have planned, which is usually a pretty decent plate of capital projects. Those 2 journeyman staff would take resources from the Parks and Recreation staff in order to assist them in some of the work that they're doing in and around lease facilities and some more complicated things in our recreation facilities and then the capital projects. So the added money would help support the journeyman staff without taking resources from the park staff, where we essentially require 4 seasonal staff in order to have 7 days a week coverage throughout the day for the normal operations.
Further?
So if I understand this right, we'll have more wrench time with journeymen who'll go and fix stuff.
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
It would be a kind of a skilled labored position that would work under the supervision of the journeyman staff and would be like an extra pair of hands for them to work on specific capital projects or facility related stuff.
Anything further? Councillor Shoesmith.
You had me at facilities maintenance.
With that, all those in favor? That is unanimous.
We are on to staff recommendation number 9. Staff recommendation is that council directs staff to include a 0.370% tax increase equating to $38,000 to increase contract capacity and asset management.
Mover? Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. This feels fuzzy to me. Can someone
I was going to say exactly the same.
Can someone explain this to me better?
Yeah, sorry, please.
Exactly.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this funding is a modest increase to manage our business systems, like to support them as our reliance on business systems has increased. This funding stabilizes the support for our current systems in place in daily use across all of our departments, and then begins establishing a more consistent management practice, preparing us for the organization's heavier implementation period beginning in late 26. So right now we are under maintaining our business systems. Things are outdated. Without getting into technical detail, you know, it's no different than not doing maintenance on like a water main or like on our water infrastructure. Right now, we don't have centralized management of several systems. So it's support, and then following our asset management current practice review, which is targeted to be complete this fall, we plan on then having several additional system implementations, and our capacity to take on all of that work with our existing resources is not there.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So in your description, when you talk about stabilizing, are we talking about software maintenance, hardware maintenance, a person who's actually doing that work, all of the above? And just what does that actually mean?
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship, all of the above without hiring additional staffing. So we're looking at a bridging plan over a 3-year period with funding, half of the funding to start for, the tail end of this year at $38,000 2027 being a larger amount at 76, and then 27 for the half of the year to get us through several technology implementation and optimization projects.
Councillor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just wondering why this did not happen in your regular financial planning and why this has to be a separate resolution. If this is a genuine resource crunch within this department, why did it not show up in your regular process?
Thanks, Councilor Ramirez. The process for this was back in November, we presented to council what we thought was our 5 key constraints that the organization was facing. One was, planning timelines. Another was utilities capacity, like water, sewer. And then there was 3 others, including this one. So 2 of those 5 council already addressed with new staff, and then we were to present back options for council to consider for the other 3 constraints. So that's what this is now for council's consideration. So that's a long time ago in November, but that's how we arrived here.
Further?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm still going to kind of ask the same question that Councillor McIsaac is asking. Like in the previous one, I was super clear to me. I'm going to get a journey person who's going to fix stuff good. I still don't have the same sort of value that we're going to get out of the $38,000 we're going to spend.
If I may,
Please.
we're not proposing to hire a staff person for this, although that would be an option. We're proposing consulting services, contracted services to support us in work that our staff already, we do have the skills, there just aren't enough of us. However, it's a bridging plan because we, at this point, don't have a clear picture of what our needs are, but we'll have a clearer picture following several projects that are underway right now. The Asset Management Current Practice Review, which will give us a picture, including resourcing needs, and then as well as the Records and Information Management Project and the SharePoint digitization visioning project.
More?
Yes, Your Worship. Shouldn't we figure out the needs first before coming back for more resources or consulting resources?
Thank you. So today we're just seeking the 38,000 to help us this year in stabilize our existing systems because there is a backlog. And then in the next year, we're looking for additional money because we know that these projects are coming and it takes a long time to get folks on board to procure the services to support us through these time constraint projects.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I have a lot of the same questions as Councillor McIsaac and Councillor Ramirez. The one thing that I haven't heard though is what is our risk if we don't approve it? Well, what are the consequences of not moving forward with this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Hamilton. Without getting into technical details, there are several cybersecurity risks, including data information privacy risks. We have just spent a significant amount of money doing an optimization study on our main enterprise system, and we're stalled on the implementation of several of those recommendations. We, out of the gates, did all the low-hanging fruit through the finance team, but there's several elements in there that we have yet to touch on. There's a backlog of technology management. It's decentralized. It's at risk of relying on staffing knowledge, and as staffing changes, which it has quite significantly, there's significant risks in managing those systems.
Further?
So just to, at the risk of getting into the technical details, is this fundamentally kind of coming back to the records information management systems. You mentioned cybersecurity. You mentioned the decentralized, and to Councillor McIsaac's question, like, is this hardware-based stuff? Like, I too am still really kind of struggling, and we've said a lot of words, but I don't really know what the actual stepwise process is we're trying to solve here.
Thank you, and I appreciate that I'm perhaps not using the right words here for my audience. So right now we have one internal staff resource that has several areas of responsibility, and right now is at capacity with our existing system implementation. So we're working on the cloud permit project. We're in phase 2. We're looking to launch. That's been a bit delayed just through challenges in the planning department resourcing, but that's been shored up, and we're looking at an April launch. We have several other capital projects that person is delivering this year. And we have a backlog of work that needs to be addressed, and it's not IT work. It's not new applications, and it's not so the work is more from a business analysis, preparation, optimization, developing pieces around governance, who's responsible, how often are we, going through the access requirements and that level of detail right now. It's relied on individual people scattered across the organization, and we're trying to get it sorted.
Thank you.
Councillor Shoesmith?
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Orthogonal kind of to that line of questioning. We're trying to stabilize the system, which implies it's not stable now. What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, thank you. And maybe that's a more direct question. We have departments all operate with various technologies and different modules within them. We all know software, it needs to be updated. It becomes deprecated. Several of our teams are operating with unsustainable or with deprecated applications. The fire department, for example, is, on a ticking timeline here to migrate away to a whole new system within the next year. Our Parks and Recreation department is operating on a platform with a vendor that is deprecated as well. And that's not even on that's not on our medium-term list to even look at that. And what we're looking for is to go through all of these platforms and ensure that the basic needs are being met and that we have plans in place.
If I can, Your Worship. Please. Ms. Jansen has been describing the backlog. Really specifically, the key new items for us are A, completing the needs analysis and preparing to implement asset management software, specifically prioritizing facilities first. It's what the needs analysis project that we're looking to now award is intended to prepare us to do our current practice review, needs analysis, and then prepare us to go procure and implement asset management software. Second one would be looking at a platform, or second is to allow us to do the needs analysis and prepare for the dispatch software for any fire and emergency services. And then third, in terms of these are the new projects that are large and on the horizon, prepare us to look at modern workplace and SharePoint or another digital asset management software or document management software as we continue to progress through our records and information management project. That's not the backlog. And when we talk about backlog, those are systems like those are governance challenges and systems that we're currently running, but need to formalize how we properly secure, manage access to, maintain, and then who takes ownership of. Something as simple as controlling a pump or controlling a building system. And so those are in a variety of systems. Some are within our management practice already, some are still without. So there's the backlog of platforms that we have and are identifying that need to be rolled in. And then there are those new major platforms. And so if I'm summarizing that correctly, Ms. Jansen, what we've talked about is there are resources to continue on the incremental work we've been doing, and it's significant, securing our systems, moving them to within our domain of control, creating the policies to govern them, and getting people on board with doing that. When big example in the coming year is replacing all of our telephone systems. That's one of those projects that we know. It's now in our domain. We control it. We're working through it with Lisa's team. There are more left to do without the resource. We continue on this pace, but we're not going to be ready to implement new systems at a clip as those recommendations in these phased projects come in. We complete a needs review or a current practice review and a needs analysis, and then do not have somebody prepared and ready to take ownership of that and implement that system. So that's that I think is, if that helps make it more concrete in terms of examples of what we're currently working on and what we see coming down the pipe that partial funding this year allows us to get ready for.
Okay. Councillor McIsaac and then Councillor Ramirez.
Thank you, Worship. I think to be blunt, the types of things that you're describing that I'm familiar with, they just cost a lot more than $38,000, like a lot more. So I'm having a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around solving all of those types of problems with $38,000. There feels like there must be more to the story. And I presume it's, as Director Jansen mentioned earlier, that this is like several months of support and you're going to come back with a much larger plan and a much larger ask for a whole bunch of other stuff. Yes?
Maybe. No, we don't have the answers to that yet.
Okay.
And yes, those projects do cost a whole lot of money and they would come back as capital projects. And this is resourcing to support us in the project delivery of those initiatives.
Councillor Ramirez.
So basically, CEO, we are hiring a consultant who will do needs assessment, right? That's all this is.
No, we're hiring, we're creating budget to hire a series of resources externally, not hire new staff internally to help us with the core business that we're doing in asset management in terms of continuing to improve our governance and use of our current systems, and someone who can come in and help us be ready and then lead the implementation of the large projects that we see coming down the pipe. So it's not to buy the asset management software, prioritizing facilities. It's not to implement, it's not the cost to implement SharePoint, which is a triggering word for some, but SharePoint or another software solution or modern workplace. It's the resource to help us advance that project when we know we have to, and we come to council to say, okay, we've got our quotes, this is the project, and we have some resource to actually help us implement it, because we don't currently have the bodies to keep moving that forward while also continuing to maintain and do the governance work.
Councillor Kelly.
So when you say resource, you mean person? Consultant, which is what Councillor Ramirez said. When you say resource.
Or consultants.
Or consultants.
Yeah, if I could clarify.
Yeah, please.
Not necessarily, like, we're looking for a contracted service provider. So a person or people to support us in doing this work. Ideally, it's one person to lead these projects, but coming from a firm as opposed to hiring a staff person.
Yeah. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. It seems funny to me, like, that the lights have just been on for 100 years, but the systems are all not good and we need to upgrade them. it feels like it's a constant treadmill of people spending time and money upgrading systems and then dealing with new systems. And then like, is there an end point? Do we like do this and go, yeah, the systems work, we're okay. We don't need to do new things and change stuff.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Shoesmith. It does not end. We're continuing to grow our reliance on technology, and we will only increase our need for resourcing. This is just a very conservative start, as we already, council has a fairly significant tax increase in front of them, and this approach is a conservative start to this, to resolving this challenge.
Thank you. Other discussion? Did we see, sorry, Director Jansen, did we, and I apologize, it's getting late. Did we see a report on exactly what this is? Like and I very much appreciate your explanation. It still feels a little bit amorphous at this juncture, and I'm maybe being unfair. You know, what I'm hearing is this is a little bit, this is to help us limp along with our, I don't want to say largely degrading system, but we have some applications that are at a point they just simply need more support to get us to a point where we can implement maybe a whole scale change or a series of changes that solidify and protect our information infrastructure. Like, is that a fair characterization?
I mean, again, you're speaking to the backlog element of it, but through the budget process, we did present, like several departments presented on different projects that would then require my team's resourcing to implement.
Okay. That's a bit of clarifying information. Thank you. Yeah. Additional questions? Councilor Ramirez?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. There was pretty much similar lines. It just feel like needs to be a business justification where I can clearly see this is what I'm spending, this is what I am avoiding, this is what I'm getting value out of. Unless we have that kind of a report in front of me, this feels very nebulous to me. I know I'm not an IT guy. I don't understand computer systems very well, but still it needs a business justification is how I see it.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councilor McIsaac.
If I may, Your Worship, I'm going to take a stab at summarizing my understanding of this request, and then you can tell me if I'm off base here. Your department supports a whole bunch of other departments in extensive use of technology throughout our organization. We have a lot. At any given moment in time, there's 300 items on the to-do list for everyone. And you have enough staff and resources to do 200 of them. And you're hoping to get somebody who can help shorten the rest of the list, knowing that there are more to-do items coming next year.
Accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and your characterization, thank you, Director Jansen, when you said, you know, we support a whole bunch of other departments who are doing a whole bunch of other things, was very helpful in terms of the framing for me. So thank you.
You're welcome. And to be clear, our department supports everybody else, and the pressures are coming from the growth and need from those departments and not from us inherently existing.
Thank you. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Councilor Hamilton, Councilor McIsaac, myself, Councilor Audie Kelly, Councilor Nixon, and those opposed, Councilor Ramirez and Councilor Shoesmith. Thank you, Director Jansen. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Burdett, if you click that engineering and public works box to yes, where does it take us? 6.63.
There's also this line, which I didn't draft a resolution for, but I had it in there based on the question from last week.
Throw the switch, see what happens. Counselor Hamilton?
Thank you. Without, oh, I see, it's been removed. I was going to say, I hope we're not going to gloss over a discussion on the engineering of public works.
I do have a resolution drafted for that one.
Okay.
that Ms. McAwee has ready.
I did no such thing.
I do have staff recommendation
Okay.
number 10. Okay. The council directs staff to allocate savings estimated at $42,000 from the change in management structure to the Financial Stability Operating Reserve.
Mover? Counselor Hamilton, seconded by Counselor Nixon. Discussion. Oh, Mr. Burdett.
And the reason I drafted it that way is because that was the only comment I heard about it during this
enough.
meeting.
Yeah.
So it's up to council
fair
as
enough.
always.
Counselor Eddie Kelly?
Can you just click no so I can see what that does to the tax rate? And then can you click yes?
Yeah, so if council decided to put that to a reserve, then I would have to add it to, a reserve to show you the
Yeah.
actual impact. If
Okay.
council decides to just reduce the tax rate, then that's what happens to it.
Yeah.
That gets us to 6.
Counselor Hamilton?
I am very sensitive to the perception of what the tax rate increase is. But what I would like to actually really commend staff on is how they've presented this budget such that we're discussing line by line and its value. And it's really not until these last items that anybody's actually looked and gone, oh, wait, what is that actually going to mean?
Mm-hmm.
I really hope that my colleagues sitting around the table here aren't now going to base their decision on the next two decisions on a short-term result versus looking at the future.
Counselor Ravenous?
That is what we've been trying to do for last 4 years, Councillor Hamilton. We wanted this kind of granularity before. And in the previous years, I've heard some of my colleagues here sitting at the table saying, let's not do these kind of activities. Let's just stay at the policy level. If you remember, going back to 2023 or 2024, we did not have this kind of granularity. Okay, so now to be saying that, we always wanted this is untrue. There were certain people who wanted to stay at the policy level. Whatever came to the council, they were ready to rubber stamp. This time it has been different. Let me say that clearly. Your Worship, I have a question, like an arithmetic question here. So this $42,000 will go into the reserve, correct? Sorry, it's a little late. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
having-
one potential use of
That's
it.
one
Yeah.
potential
Yeah.
use.
Right. Okay, sorry, CFO. Your Worship, my view here is we've had several discussions on reserves increase here. We spoke about streets. We also spoke about general reserve increases. So between those two items, we are looking at $153,000 additional contribution into reserves. So my question is, what is an additional $42,000 giving us that $150,000 doesn't like? All I'm trying to say is we are already tackling that issue of lower reserves. We've kind of solved that issues in the two other resolutions. Do we need yet another resolution that goes and attacks the same problem? I understand it's more money, but could we park this for later years?
Your microphone as well. Counselor Hamilton?
Earlier, when I asked the question, the response I got about this $42,000 in the Financial Stability Reserve was correct me if I'm wrong, we don't actually know what the exact dollar figure here is going to be, which is why I'm much more comfortable putting whatever that, I'm going to use the term non-market change, but that's not the right word here. Whatever that delta is going to be with the change in management structure into a financial stability reserve, because we may need it next year to update or as this new structure plays out to change salaries or hire somebody different. So, you know, it's not specifically that I want to add more money to reserves. This is kind of found money. Let's be wise with how we do it or what we do with it, and not just take it as a one-time windfall.
Yeah, I know, and I'm reminded of Mr. Burdett. That's a fish in Kukanusa, by the way. Advising us early in the budget process about a decision we made in the previous year that saw us starting at I won't say that it's a deficit, but it was a predetermined tax rate because we used the money for something else. And it wasn't his comment, but it was my comment. That's your way of saying it was entirely our fault, which I accept. So and I apologize, what are the implications if we put this into the financial stability reserve then?
Are you asking about next year's budget or this year?
This year.
It would just stay at the 7.04, I guess.
Okay.
If I click yes here and move it to a reserve, then it goes back up 7.4.
Right. Oh, I see what you, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
It's kind of a weird way of showing it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm leery of doing that again. You know, starting off at a predetermined, we'll call it I don't want to call it a negative number, but making the decision today that next year starts us off as a predetermined point. My preference is we put this money away and save it for the future. Currently. Councillor Audie Kelly.
And just to be clear, we don't actually know that it's 42,000. We think it will be 42,000.
I would say the 42,000 would be if anything, it's on the low end of the savings. There's some savings and then it's offset by some additional costs which comes with like some timing issues. Like we're going to post for a different role, which somebody might not take. And then those extra costs might be delayed, which would increase that number of savings. We just don't know right now because it's so fresh. So I'm not so worried about that 42 getting lower as I am just, it might get higher. But it's up there as a conservative number, I would say.
Yeah.
It's not going to get too much higher either, but that's my thoughts around it.
Further discussion? Councillor Ramnes?
Sorry, Worship, it's getting late in the night and I can't do arithmetic anymore. Like, what does yes mean? What does no mean? Can you explain it to me like I'm 5 years old? Sorry.
Yeah, yes just means like I've got this is starting point. This is at the top of your screen. This is the tax. This is the shortfall based on our current level of service. And then the 4.03 is where we're starting. And then anytime I click yes, it adds that cost into that tax increase. So this is a negative number. So if I click yes, it's going to reduce the tax rate. But that's only if council decides to use that savings to reduce the tax rate. If you instead put it to reserve, then I have to add it back into this spreadsheet. Yeah.
Well, I just feel like we've had so many conversations around this table about amongst other things, you know, we've used all sorts of terminology about kicking cans down the road and delaying the inevitable. And it just feels like if we can put money in the bank, it just makes good sense to me at this juncture. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I think for me, what I'm hoping to see is I would like us to get to a place where we don't see all of our reserve funds go to zero when we're doing our annual budgeting. And I think in the most recent special budget meeting, Director Berta had put up a chart that suggested with some of the proposed potential changes to how we're funding reserves that we actually stopped that spiral down to zero. It is getting late off the top of my head. I can't remember which of the ones beyond, I think adding 1% every single year and so on. But certainly I think the direction of having a policy about a percentage of the non-market change and a policy about a percentage of the mine tax sharing increases is probably going a good ways to changing that direction. I'm skeptical that it's getting us to zero, and I certainly would love to see that chart again of if we follow with the continuing policy onwards through the next 25 or 30 years, at what point are we running out of money or have we stemmed that? In this case, the $42,000, because it's a one-time deal, it's actually not working towards that goal.
That's fair.
Right? It's not creating a structure of financing that ensures that we have good long-term financial stability and reserves. And so while with much like yourself, I'm also reluctant to just take found money and just let's spend it immediately too. But if we're talking specifically about reserve management, I'd far rather the focus be on a policy of how we're doing our budgeting that gets us there rather than, oh, we found this, let's put it in reserves. So I don't want to argue against putting it in reserves. I want to argue for a better way of doing reserve funding.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective. Councillor Ramdas and then Councillor Hamilton.
I can't believe me and Councillor Mikazek are on the same page on so many things tonight. This will go down in history as a unique night. Exactly the same, Your Worship. Like those two things that we spoke about were actually attacking structural deficiency in our financial planning. This is a one-time found money, and I would rather that the taxpayers get some benefit out of it via lower taxes rather than talking about reserves. Reserves is a really important subject. I get it, and we solved that in 2 other resolutions. Here, let's just use this to reduce the burden on our taxpayers.
Councillor Smith, and then, well, Mr. Bornowski, sorry.
I'm just here to say I'll add my coat of paint to their whole thing going on.
Actually, I apologize. I missed you, Councillor Hamilton. It is getting late. Mr. Bornowski?
Just to clarify, it is not really one-time found money. It is staff are asking for spending packages. This is a conscious decision to reduce our ongoing operating cost of salary. So this isn't a one-time, this is an ongoing change in our operating structure to reduce operating costs, because as we prioritize and work on council's challenges and our pinch points, we're also making conscious decisions to find efficiencies. And so this is a partial year of that, but it is not just a one-time element. It's just a conscious reduction in our operating expense for these service areas in that department.
Okay. So this will be an ongoing savings then? Is that the way?
This isn't projected to just be, this isn't a gap. This isn't slippage savings.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton, I missed you earlier, and then Councillor Ramnas.
With that answer, it kind of changes my thoughts around this. But the comment I was going to say initially is, our financial stability reserve isn't long-term reserves. Our financial stability reserve is to help even out and massage those ups and downs of one-time costs or unexpected budgetary increases due to factors beyond our control. So that is why I'm advocating that we move this into the financial stability reserve. If this is an ongoing structural change to our operating expenses, I guess my question would be, how would that then play out if we moved the 42,000 this year, whatever that, the annual change is going to work out over the year into the financial stability reserve? What does that then look like for next year's budget and moving forward?
I mean, our operating costs will still be lower next year, and then I would bring back as part of our guidelines, just this item and remind council what happened last year and ask council at the time next year if they would like to keep going with that or not. And then, you know, you could either utilize these savings next year if they don't want to do it in terms of a tax rate decrease or just stay at base level for next year. Does that make sense?
Or at some point in the year, come back to council with a comprehensive reserve strategy. And then we have a lens to look at it next year. See what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Sorry, Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. Again, CAO, I appreciate the continuous improvement process here. Like, kudos to you. Like to the team here, right? Like having a very structured approach to actually finding efficiencies and savings, all for it. I'm sorry if I said it was found money. It is not. All I'm trying to figure out here is the end benefit here, right? Can I put it in reserves or should the taxpayers get immediate benefit out of it? I'm tending towards the latter here because we have tried to solve the structural issues of reserve funding via other resolutions. That's what I was trying to get at here.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. There must be something in the water or something, because I can't believe I'm arguing against this right now, but if this particular change had happened 4 months ago when staff was planning for this budget, it would already have just reduced the operating cost by $42,000. And so we already would be talking about a reduced amount of budget and a reduced, we wouldn't be taking $42,000 out because it wouldn't have been in the budget for operating costs in the first place. If that's as the CAO has clarified, that is our new watermark, our new long-term position, then I would say we should be acting as though the budget didn't include it in the first place. And frankly, that means it shouldn't have been added in as an amount we have to pay, which means the tax rate should be lower.
Yeah, I'm getting there myself.
Yeah. So, yes, I don't think there's anybody here screaming louder for reserve put-ins than me, but in this particular case, this actually feels like it's just because it's out of step with how we've gone through the budget process.
That's a good way to put it.
That it happened earlier, never would have been there in the first place and so on. So I think in this particular case, I'm agreeing with Councillor Ramirez that we should, that I think we should just reduce the tax rate.
Yeah. Councillor Adi Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Can we finish this one? And then I do have one item in the budget that I just have to ask about, and I'm sorry, I know it's late, but we should probably finish this first.
Okay. Councillor Smith, did you have a comment? No. Okay. So can you reread the resolution? Because
The council directs staff to allocate savings estimated at $42,000 from the change in management structure to the financial stability operating reserve.
All those in favor? We had a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, we did. Councillor Hamilton moved it and Councillor Nixon seconded it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just one last question. If we find that the savings are greater than $42,000, what then happens to that difference?
Show up in the operating budget for next year.
Yeah, we have shortages and overages all year long. So it would just, like, it's not going to be a huge amount. So it would just fall in as part of that and be included in the quarterly updates that council gets. And yeah, so nothing just for that one item alone, unless the aggregate of all those makes a big difference that we need to do something about.
Okay. So all those in favor? So this is, that goes to the reserve. Yeah. Councillor Hamilton? All those opposed? Everyone else? Yes, sir.
So then I'm going to put this as yes, but because it's a negative, it'll reduce the tax rate.
Right.
Just to make that
Yes. So
clear.
do you need a resolution to push the yes button?
I don't think so. I don't think I do, no. It'll be captured in the overall resolution.
Tax rate. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, with that, you have resolution number 11, which is, okay.
I'm just gonna leave the room. You guys decide what to do.
No, we'll take a 2-minute recess. Hurry up. Well, and Steven's been here since 5:30. Okay. Okay, welcome back. You again.
Staff recommendation number 11. The council directs staff to increase the operating funding to the Visitor Information Centre, Fernie Arts Station and Fernie Senior Centre by 1%, equating in $1,788.
Mover, Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Discussion? Councillor Ramnath?
Apologies again, Your Worship, I was not here for deep dive, but what is this getting us?
This is the result of a question from council, because these three community partners presented to council at the October committee and didn't specifically ask for more funding. And then there was some discussion a week ago and at February 20th about the impacts of extended periods of flat funding to these groups. So that's why this is here tonight, just for council to discuss.
Sorry, Your Worship, just the quantum of funding is so little. I don't know what benefit we are going to get. I'm not going to be mean here and say no to it, but this just feels like a really piddly amount. What does it buy us? What does it buy for our community partners? I'm unable to understand.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I can speak to that, but based on the discussion we had the previous meeting, feel free for anybody to correct me here. Quite a number of years ago, we froze the funding for some of these partners, but time has ticked on. Inflation has worn its way, meaning that when we're not increasing them, we're actually reducing their budget because their costs are going up, but their income is not. It was raised at a previous meeting that we should be looking at, if we're going to be fair to them over the long term, we should consider some sort of inflationary makeup. And so part of that whole discussion was based on what the inflation makeup is, whether it's 2% or 3% or 4% or whatever, we would look at something like that to ensure that they're at least not falling behind. So that's where the 1% number comes from is, so if we want to make it 2 or 3 or 4 to make up their shortfall, it's that times that number. So that, does that jive with what everybody else's understanding was as well? So if last year we had a 3% CPI increase or whatever we're using for their particular number, then ideally what we'd be doing is putting forward a proposal to do 3 times that number in order to, so they're not falling behind.
Other questions, comments? Yeah, please.
One more question, Your Worship, and that is, when we're trying to assess what an appropriate inflationary rate is for these partners, what's proposed? CPI doesn't seem like the right thing since that's primarily focused on things like, gasoline and groceries. And I've heard from, Director Burdett in years past, for example, the municipal inflation rate that we experience through the purchase of machinery and things like that is often considerably higher than CPI. So I'm just wondering, what is an appropriate inflationary rate to look at for some of these partners? And wondering if maybe.
Mr. Burdett?
Thanks, Councillor McIsaac. I don't know if I have a great answer for you. I mean, the ideal thing is that we have agreements with all these groups and the increase is built in. But even then, I don't have a solid answer as to how you would measure those increases.
What the best measure is, yeah.
Anything else?
Councillor Smith and then Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. One of the few friends that the government budget has in some ways is inflation eking away its expenses relative to the overall size of the polity. And I'm leery of locking in continuous growth, although on this one, I think I'll bite, seeing as it's really such a piddling amount and less than what I suspect the actual rate of increase of costs are.
Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate the 1788 number, but I think it should be 3 times that. I think it's at least, I think it was 2021 or 2020 that we froze the rates on these organizations. And, they have not come begging to us, or asking us for more money every year. And I think we should give them at least 3 times that number, and we should lock in and just continue doing that for the next. I know it goes against some of the stuff that I've said previously, but we should be funding these organizations. So,
Councillor Ramirez.
Just a technical thing, Your Worship. Something to consider is producer price index, PPI instead of CPI. I mean, in private sector, as you know, Burdett, we use that all the time. Instead of CPI, use PPI. So maybe that's another indicator for yourself.
Councillor Adi Kelly.
Just a point of clarification, weren't the rates reduced, not frozen? I thought they were actually cut back.
I can't recall.
They were they
Yep.
not? They were reduced.
Mr. Burdett.
Yeah, in 2021, they were reduced to 90% and then held steady for and 2 or 3 years until last year, we increased the library by 6% as well.
Thank you. Well, with Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. A quick Google, are we allowed to use that as a verb now? I think we are, right? A quick Google shows that the PPI for January is 2.7. That's pretty close to 3%. So I'm on Councillor Nixon's page. If we're looking at 1%, I think 3% for these organizations would be helpful. It's lots of money for them, not as much money for us. So, and they've been holding fast for a very long time. As far as locking in, I don't know if we need to have that discussion for today, but I think we should have the discussion at some point.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Would that be a friendly amendment to increase it to 3% and 3%? And the movers were, sorry, who moved it and who seconded?
Original 1%?
Yeah. The 1%.
You and I?
Was it Councillor McIsaac and Councillor Nixon? Yeah, and given that you've also proposed the friendly amendment, I'm sure you're comfortable with that? Okay. And you'll click that to yes, Mr. Burnett? He did. Oh, he's doing it again. He's teasing us. With that, all those in favor of the amendment? That's unanimous. And all those in favor of the original motion as amended, sorry, motion as amended. That is also unanimous. Thank you. Well, will
Kind of-
that affect this next resolution?
Mine?
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. I think that CFO would know better. Okay, there is one number that's really been bothering me in the legislative expenses, and that's when we were talking about replacing all the council laptops. Because 44,000, as I understand it, did not come with the software. So that's 6,285 each. So that's right, Councillor McIsaac. So I'm really struggling about how did we get to 44,000? And I know it's not a big number in the scheme of our whole entire budget, but $6,285 per person. And we don't even have the software, which as I recall, Director Jansen said would be another $2,900 for us all to have licenses, or the next council, I should say, to have licenses. That's a pretty skookum amount for this brick.
Well, but there's also
Well, actually, Mr. Burdett and then Director Jensen.
I would just like to make the point that that line is funded from capital, and there's a likelihood that it won't be the full amount, depending on, returning council members. And so in terms of affecting the tax rate, it wouldn't, but it would affect the ending reserve balance is the only point I would like to make of clarity there.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to how we got that budget number, because
Director
that
Jensen, do
seems
you want to
crazy.
speak to that?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ardea Kelly. That's based on our current procurement costs, computers plus labor. And
Yeah.
that's based, and our life cycle replacement of laptops is at a 4-year cycle and in alignment with councils, with the election cycle.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McIsaac.
So just as an aside, Your Worship, it begs the question, like, are we reaching a point where we should actually have a technology reserve? Where we're actually putting money away for specifically for software upgrades and hardware upgrades and so on. I know I certainly advise people that they should not wait until their computer breaks in order to decide to buy a new one, but instead plan, a certain amount of money every year. And not that we're not planning for long-term capital expenses, but the nature of technology is becoming so incredibly pervasive in what this organization does every day and critical that this makes me wonder if that's something that should be highlighted.
Director Jens.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor McIsaac. So part of the 2018 Asset Management Investment Plan included all of our IT assets. It was under the equipment reserve. So it wasn't separated out, and we do continue to manage that inventory and project our costs.
Apologies, follow-up question then, if I
Yeah.
may, Your Worship. So that as a capital expense under that, but how does that work with things like, for example, ongoing software upgrades and responding to security events, and how are we, that obviously isn't coming out of equipment, so is that funded from general reserve or?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor McIsaac. Similar to the water wastewater projections, we're building out that same long-term forecast for our IT assets and the systems that we own and manage. So that is coming forward, and we have preliminary information on that, but just not ready.
Councillor Audrey Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. So if the 44,000 represents the equipment and the labor, for me, I'd like to see that broken down into the two categories. Like, what is the actual cost of the piece of equipment? And then what is the labor to set it up, or whatever the labor is for? I'd like to have those figures.
Councillor Shoesmith.
Me as well. That seems high unless there's some massive amount of labor we're not seeing. I mean, there's several thousand there. That's like a week's labor for somebody somewhere. That's a lot. I think incoming council should probably want to break down on that after they've got their nice new laptops.
Director Jansen.
Thank you. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but certainly, before we do that procurement, happy to bring that back. And again, like Director Burdett mentioned, if it doesn't get spent, it just stays in the reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. And again, Councillor, it's not a small amount. It is significant. I do apologize for that. I had the same question too. Your Worship, this may not be a policy or a governance type question, but I really want to understand, like, how does it happen? Like, how does the negotiations happen in local government? Like, I'll give you an example. In private sector, if there is certain bid that comes in from, our vendor or whatever, lots of employees within the company have the agency to go and negotiate and bring down the price. It happens like pretty quickly, and I agree. And I appreciate that local government and private sector are two different entities. How exactly do we negotiate on some of these contracts? If you can give me some color.
I can give you a bit, then I'll invite Mr. Burdett, Ms. Jansen to provide some other commentary. It's different depending on what the class is and depending on whether we've got a specific supplier. Pardon me. So as an example, we will be looking at turnout gear and SCBA, stuff like that for any fire and emergency services in the coming year. There are a number of already pre-qualified vendors through Canoe who have already gone through the competitive costing process. We would then specify our needs, make sure that we're being explicit on what we need, get those bids in, and then we can see which qualified vendor is providing the best value and pick that. With others, and I think this is the case here, we have a managed service provider. Part of that contract is to provision, prepare, deliver, train, onboard employees into the IT system. And so my understanding would be that is just the price that we were quoted from Trinus as a budgeting figure, likely, or from our managed service provider in terms of procurement of the hardware and their estimate of software setup.
Yeah, thank you. I will add a little bit of clarity.
Sure.
So Correct. However, they do our procurement on our behalf for the hardware through our managed service agreement. However, they do secure competitive quotes from the various vendors in Canada and select the appropriate, like the lower cost. Yeah.
Councillor McIsaac.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I was just gonna say it's not fair to compare the cheap deal that you can get from Dell online on school sales weekend with the type of hardware that is required for business environments. It's a different pricing scale. Yes, that seems like lots of money, but you're not going to get workstation-based performance and all that stuff with a $1,000 laptop.
No.
So there are different requirements and different needs and so on, and there are different stratas of computers depending on what you want to do, how confident you want to be that your equipment is going to last through its proposed lifespan and so on. So, and it's not I'm not defending that particular number, just the fact that you do have to be conscious of the fact that there's lots of different price points for these types of equipment. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Director Chance. Well, now we're at the and that staff.
So this one will be staff recommendation number 12. That staff be directed to prepare a draft 2026 general fund operating budget to include a property taxation revenue increase of 6.68%. And that staff prepare the draft budget and financial plan for consideration by council on March 17, 2026.
Mover? Councillor Ramanus, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. An exhaustive effort. Thank you, everybody. The final item on the agenda, of course, is the Legion's letter asking for support, the request for the 100th anniversary, and looks like Mr. Logan, are you getting prepared to? Oh, you're just getting ready. And I have a proposed resolution that council directs staff to work with the Royal Canadian Legion branch and bring back a report for council consideration. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor McIsaac. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Ramadus.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just want to understand like what that conversation will look like. What's the lift required for the staff? Just is that going to be just go and do it, or?
I think that's the conversation. We'll with the Legion will provide us some context as to what the requirements are.
Right.
I do, this is just a personal observation. It's 100 years of the Royal Canadian Legion in the community of Fernie. It's an incredibly important institution in this community, and I'm very supportive of whatever we can do to support their 100th anniversary celebrations. With that, Mr. Logan, any comments?
Sure. Yeah, I anticipated some questions from council on what the levers they could pull are. There is some language in the existing bylaw where if the event is partnered or supported by council, that I can waive fees within the bylaw. So I had some suggestions, and I could bring back a report.
That would be ideal.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. All those in favor? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify why I asked that question. It's just because Legion, you're absolutely right. It's an important, really significant institution in town, but they're not our, we don't have a partnership agreement with the Legion. And that's why I wanted to understand, what's required here to have a meaningful conversation between us and them.
Yeah, and that we would see a report from Mr. Logan based on his conversation.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Mr. Boranowski.
Can I just check council's expectation? You're anticipating a conversation with the Legion and then a very brief covering report detailing their requests some of the potential implications that would allow council to understand whether you're going to now direct us to advance those or direct us not. You're not looking for an events plan, a detailed
Oh, goodness,
analysis.
no.
You're looking for, we've met, this is what we think the majority of the requests are. This is the kind of costs we're looking at, and this is council's options.
Yeah, and these are some of the levers at our disposal to support this event.
With that, Mr. Logan has an absolutely mammoth season ahead. And so with that, I think we can handle it. If it's a more comprehensive analysis of reporting on the Legion and all their activity, then we'll displace some other work. But with that, we can get people to work with him and get it across the line.
That's right, Kelly.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. Director Logan does have some autonomy too, that he doesn't need us to just give him like.
Well, I think
No,
he-
but
to vary from the bylaw, I think he
in
requires.
the bylaws,
council.
does it, he
He has some
he
discretion.
has some discretion, right? Like that, thank you, Your Worship. That's what I was trying to say.
Mr. Logan.
Through your worship to all council, here's my preference. I would just like direction up to a certain amount, and then I could work with the Legion. So they currently have paid $1,500 for their event rental and event rental equipment. I can easily waive that entire thing. And then there's going to be some additional costs associated with like helping on like the labor side. It's up to council whether or not they want to assist that way. Normally, I wouldn't recommend that because staff labor is something that we need to keep track of, and then it takes away from other things. So it's nice to get reimbursed by that to pay for additional casual staff to fill the holes that it creates. But I can also bring back a report
Well,
as well.
yeah, Mr. Logan, I'd like to understand what that looks like, right? Like what, waiving the $1,500 fine, but what else is required? What is the lift from a staff perspective? So that we're not unduly burdening staff in terms of your efforts and our costs. So I guess we just like to understand that.
Okay.
Thank you. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, I'm not going to ask for council reports. We will adjourn the meeting at 11:15.